sure you don't want your kids cuss at you, but have you to listen to music with curse words in it? Yeah. Yeah, but he doesn't cuss at you. Oh. And then you take your shoe off and do it. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. This item 6A, right here, 7/20/23,
Yeah,
is your
my item.
item.
Okay,
Yep.
thank
Okay.
you.
This regular board meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6 p.m. I'm very pleased that you have taken time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals, policies, and oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operation of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with our state government code on open meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guest, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of the Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflect these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend a sincere welcome to you, and from the entire board, thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. I'm going to now establish roll call, so if we could mark ourselves present. For the record, we'll call roll call then, since I inadvertently messed the buttons up, so we'll do it correctly. Ms. Canoyer?
Present.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Present.
Ms. Eaton?
Present.
Ms. King?
Shatanya King, present.
Ms. Stanford?
Present.
Ms. Ryan?
Present.
And I am present, Jose Macias. Dr. Fields?
Thank you so much for being here tonight. Present.
Good. Well,
So, at this time, if we could all stand.
thank
If everyone could please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight asking once again that you guide us in our conversation, guide us in our actions to support the students and community of Judson ISD. We ask all these things in Jesus' name, amen.
Please stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. You may be seated.
We do have two residents that would like to speak today. So during citizens to be heard, you have 3 minutes, so you'll be timed. And so, I'm sorry? No. So the first individual would be Marilyn McKinney, President, JEA.
The paper you were given is an email that was sent to all Judson employees prior to the start of the contract. It is from an upper management saying, oh, these are the things we want you to do on your own time. How does this pertain to item 7D? I would suggest that you might retain more people if you didn't do things like this. I would further suggest, I understand that you do need to have these things done. Watch all these videos, and there are more. This is just the beginning of the list of things we'll be expected to do on our own time. But if you would consider applying the time that it takes to do this, and this list right here will take more than 8 hours, to the flex days that are offered. You might diminish somewhat the negative feeling that comes with getting an email from your employer prior to the beginning of the contract saying, here, do this on your own time. Just a thought. Thank you. Do you want a copy of it?
Thank you, Ms. McKinney. Our next citizen is Felipe Garcia, Hanover Cove in Converse, Texas.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Superintendent, members of the school board, and fellow community members. I stand before you today as an advocate for the fine arts and a proud alumnus of the Judson High School. Today, I am grateful for the opportunity to address the matter that is crucial for the future of our school district, the role of the Performing Arts Center in fostering creativity and community engagement. Over the years, the district has made commendable progress in upgrading and modernizing our school facilities, enhancing the learning environment for our students. As we celebrate these achievements, it is essential to bring attention to an aspect that deserves further consideration, the potential of our Performing Arts Center. Our Performing Arts Center is a remarkable space equipped with the state-of-the-art facilities and ample seating capacity, yet remains largely underutilized. This underutilization represents an inefficient allocation of resources and a missed opportunity to enrich the lives of our students and the entire community. Tonight, I propose that we collectively explore the creation of a new job position focused on maximizing the potential of our Performing Arts Center in time for the 2023-2024 school year. This role would oversee the scheduling, maintenance, and management of events, ensuring that our facility becomes a thriving center of artistic expression and community engagement. To achieve this, it is crucial to involve educators, students, parents, community members in shaping this position, ensuring that it aligns with the community needs and aspirations. To achieve this, it is crucial to involve, my apologies. By investing in this dedicated position for the Performing Arts Center and actively involving stakeholders for the decision-making process, our district can unlock numerous benefits. Our students will gain increased access to artistic programs and performances, fostering their personal growth and enhancing their academic achievements. Moreover, our community will have a dynamic venue to come together, celebrate, and appreciate the diverse talents of our students and local artists. Through the full utilization of our Performing Arts Center, we will elevate our district's reputation and pride, attracting prospective students and families seeking a well-rounded education. In conclusion, let us seize this opportunity to harness the transformative potential of the performing arts. By collectively considering the creation of a new job position and actively involving all stakeholders, we can create an environment where creativity thrives, enriching the lives of our students and strengthening the bonds within our community. Thank you for your time and consideration. Together, let us work towards making our district a beacon of artistic excellence, providing every individual with the creative outlets they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. We'll go ahead and move on to the superintendent report. Dr. Fields?
Mr. Macias, could I make a point of order before we start the rest of the agenda?
Sure.
I was looking through and I saw that agenda item 11. It seems like that should be before the superintendent report. You know, we have a decent-sized audience here tonight, and it usually gets pretty skinny by the end of the meeting. And it would seem appropriate to take action on that item now, you know, and be able to take a quick 5-minute break so that everyone can thank Ms. King for her service to our district and say their goodbyes so that then the 6 of us can, move on with the rest of the business. I believe that's how this board has done it in the past with the resignations. It's always been either a special meeting called for that purpose, or it's been the first item on the agenda. So I guess I'd like to make a motion that we move item 11 immediately to proceed item 4A tonight.
Well, I understand. The reason the agenda was stipulated in the manner is because Ms. King does want to participate. Her resignation will be effective tomorrow, so as a result, she can participate in the proceedings. And for the record, it is something I did confirm with our legal counsel that is permissible in the confines of our meeting. But respectfully, I mean, every board member has an opportunity to weigh in on their position. And so if consensus of the board would like to move this agenda item up, I'm okay with that, but we would need to have some discussion. Like I said, I manage the meeting. I don't control the meeting with an iron fist. There is definitely some flexibility to move agenda items, and if there's a request on the floor for one, I just simply know if it's the consensus of my colleagues to move it up. If not, we'll leave it in its order and proceed. So if I could, I won't have us do a roll call. I'll just call out per board member. And I'll start with you, Ms. Ryan, since you had made the motion to come forward. Do you want to move this forward?
Yes, I would like to stick with the precedent we've kind of had from our past meetings and kind of,
Sure.
if that's the way we did it in the past, let's
I understand.
keep it that way.
Ms. Stanford?
No, I'm okay with it as it is.
Ms. King?
I would like to keep it at number 11.
Ms. Canoyer?
I would say let's follow precedent and move it up.
Ms. Rodriguez?
I want to honor Ms. King being able to participate in the meeting, but given that she wouldn't be participating in future organization of the board, my suggestion would be to switch 10 and 11. To my knowledge, in my experience, this is the first time that we've had somebody submit their resignation effective after the meeting, and so this is a little bit different than maybe precedent has been before.
So your position would be yes or no on this question? I know you recommended, so it's almost like an amendment, but are you amending, sort of? I mean, it's just a yes or no to move it up or down.
Sure, I would suggest that we amend it to switch 10 and 11.
Ms. Eaton?
I would like to leave it as it is because Ms. King would like to participate in the
And I,
the review together.
sure. And of course, I also would like to leave it, I did create the agenda and I did request and took the appropriate steps. I know it's not orthodox, but Ms. King does deserve the opportunity to participate in this role. And the main reason why it's also on the agenda is Ms. King does want to make a nomination herself and participate in the reorganization process. If we wait till August, I will tell you quite candidly, we risk having maybe 3-3 tie on whoever's going to be in leadership, and I just don't want that to be the pathway. We'll have a majority, we'll make a decision today, and we'll move forward. So thank you, Ms. Ryan. Let's go ahead and go to the superintendent report.
Yes, sir. First, I'd like to have Dr. Toppin and Dr. Saunders come up to speak about the middle of year and end of year assessment results and track the growth of the students throughout the district. So,
Yes, sir.
yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Board. President Macias, Superintendent Fields. As you guys know, we're going to talk a little bit about our EOY data today. We're going to be looking at it in relationship to our board goals. You guys have seen this presentation. We've talked about the goals. Thank you. At length, so we're just going to talk briefly about what the data looks like at this point. So our first measure is third grade reading, and as you know that we measure this in the district based on Amplify. So the data that you see in front of you looks at BOY, MOY, and EOY data. Bottom left-hand corner of the chart shows you what our goal is for the 22-23 school year and where we fell. So you can see that our goal was 62%, our actual was 60%. Next, we have second grade. Second grade, you can see our goal is 54%. Our actual data shows 54% as well. Impressive data for second grade. Next, we have third grade reading. Goal, 57%. Actual data, 51%. And the following slide shows you next steps based on two sides of the house, right? So curriculum and instruction adjustments, as well as the professional development offerings and adjustments we make for the 23-24 school year. I'll pause right here for just a second, give you guys a chance to look through that. Any questions as we shift gears to math? Yes, ma'am.
Could you elaborate a little bit on the redesign of the master schedule?
Absolutely. Thanks for asking that. So there's been a couple of components that we have talked about sort of as we're grinding away at making instructional adjustments, right? We continue to talk about kids coming back from COVID and needing additional time in text or with math concepts. So what we decided to do was change the elementary master schedule so that pre-K, kinder, first and second grades are all self-contained. The beautiful side effect to that is it gives classroom teachers an opportunity to build relationships with 21 kids, as opposed to maybe seeing 63 kids if it were a three-way rotation. So then the other beautiful side effect of that is it really gives teachers the opportunity to become experts in multiple content. The conversation we have around this master schedule is we teach children, not subjects. So then the idea behind this is it's one classroom, one goal, one teacher, moving all kids forward in that space. Then the idea for third, fourth, and fifth grade is they would be no more than teamed or departmentalized based on a humanities block, which would be ELAR with social studies, and a math science block. So for example, if you and I taught fourth grade, I'll teach the ELAR block, the humanities block, and you would teach math and science, and we would switch kids only between the two of us. It's a mind shift change. I'm being really honest with you guys, but we feel like it's the best step for not only social emotional learning, but for the academic piece as well.
I'm for that because I did not know that we were doing any kind of split teaching assignments
Yes, ma'am.
in the primary grades. I don't think that's good for kids.
Yes,
I think
ma'am.
they need to build that relationship with one teacher. And when you have more than one teacher, it limits the opportunities for truly integrating curriculum.
Absolutely.
So,
Yes, ma'am.
good, thank you.
Yes. We're
Can I
ready
ask
for
a
math?
follow-up question? Oh,
Yes.
Sorry. I also support that. And I would ask, like, has that been socialized with the teachers? Because I know
Yes.
that could be like a very big change.
Yes, so, yes, since about March, late February, early March. And again, it's a change in thinking. It's gonna cause some growing pains, right? But we feel very confident in the adjustments that we've made to the professional development piece in order to support that change.
I'm super happy with these end-of-year emergent bilingual numbers, how they held their own with, across the other averages. What I'd love to see and talk about at some point is breaking those into their program of study, their emergent bilinguals, to see if we're seeing any differences. So where are the kids that are in the dual language program versus our denials versus our ESL, receiving just support in their classroom? Because, the goal of a lot of dual language is increased learning and increased achievement of our emergent bilinguals. So, but when they all get lost in one clump,
ma'am.
we don't see if the dual languages are pushing up above the average, which is what we kind of hope those programs are doing. So at some point, I'd love to see that stratified both in the English and the math and see how that program's doing.
Yes, ma'am. So
Thank
what I
you.
hear you say is you want the emergent bilinguals teased out by programs. Yes, ma'am.
Perfect.
Okay, we're ready for math.
If you could go back a slide.
Yes, sir.
A couple of slides. Just the Amplify, that's the one that we're using for early childhood, right? For pre-K, for first kindergarten.
So those students engage in CLI Engage, circle testing for pre-K, amplifies first grade and up.
The thing that I've asked for in the past and is simply looking at a collaborative, our partnership. I think I've mentioned this at every time that we've had this, to look at what Amplify data is comparative to other districts. I mean, even if they're not similar to us, just some sort of benchmark to figure out, because this is sort of a self-assessment, right? We're self-assessing where a student is in the beginning, the middle, and the end of the year. And so just having some follow-up in that respect would be helpful.
Yes, sir. We did ask for that data. It's against their policy to release that information. We would have to reach out to individual districts, but we'll be more than happy to see what we can do.
Who did you ask?
Through the Amplify. This is a national registry, right? It's a national company. Now, we do have information about how we did based on national norm reference data, but not necessarily districts in the state of Texas.
Well, and there's the Bexar County School Board Coalition where we can talk with other districts about, using data, sharing data with other districts and talk from that higher level. I think that's going to be important so that we have that. So perhaps from our vantage point, we can have that conversation at the Board of Trustee level and just have it work with superintendents to be open to this. I think we're not the only one using Amplify,
No,
right? Everybody
absolutely
uses
not.
Amplify. So we need to understand if we're trying to get our students to grade level, what is it really looking like here? And if we need to do more or if where we're falling off track when we get further down in
Yes,
terms
sir.
of grade level attainment. All right, that's all I had. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we're going to shift gears to math. So the data is broken out in the exact same way, right? We've got our goal, which was 36%. You can see our actual data, which is 38%. So we did not just meet that goal, we exceeded. As we move to second grade, you can see our goal is 41%. Our actual data is 28%. And then as we move on to third grade, our goal is 41%. Our actual data is 38%. And then as you look at next steps, this information looks very similar to what we saw with the reading component. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, do we have any indication of what happened between first and second grade?
We do. So there was a conversation at the beginning of the school year about Amplify and about Eureka, about the two programs we were going to use to not only instruct children but measure. The conversation at that point was explained in a way that maybe it was an opt-in or an opt-out option, right? This is a program that the district is offering. Campus principals could make the decision whether or not they wanted to opt in or opt out of the curriculum piece. Yes, ma'am. So the way that these programs are built, the information, the instruction stacks upon each other. So if you were to enter into this instructional program in February as a non-negotiable, then you have missed months of instruction that are then measured at the end of the school year. We had several campuses that chose not to engage in the curriculum component, either as an entire campus or a grade level, a specific grade level. And so as a result, we saw dips in the data because, again, it's a program that stacks upon each other.
But if this is, there's no but, this is what we're using
Yes,
to
ma'am.
measure where our kids are,
Yes,
where
ma'am.
they need to be, and what we need to do to make adjustments to help them
Yes, ma'am.
excel by the end of the year,
Yes, ma'am.
then this data is skewed if
Yes,
we
ma'am.
don't have information on these grades from all of our schools.
You are
So why is
100
that an option?
You are 100% correct.
Can I assist?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I mean, I'm not, I'm just
Yes.
confused.
Yes.
The confusion should come in that this was a district initiative. It was a program that we were trying to put forth, but there was an option given, specifically for second grade, if you wanted to participate or not. Some chose not. So now we're seeing the reflection of that. So if you were to ask, are we seeing benefits in the Eureka program? Yes, we are. Because we can obviously see who didn't participate versus who did. Going forward, a district implementation will be a entire district implementation and not an opt-in or an opt-out.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Fields, because, we as a board, are trying to make decisions on what we need to do to help support the teachers so that they can help support the
Yes.
students.
Yes, ma'am.
And if we're making it based on flawed information, then we're not doing any benefits to the students or the teachers.
I agree with you 100%. The dialogue since February has been very clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Moving forward, this is a non-negotiable. There
Thank
is no
you.
opt-in or opt-out. It's all in, every day, all day.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Look at it.
All right, any questions for me before I turn it over to Dr. Duhart-Toppin?
You got a question? Yes, Ms. Ryan?
So I guess the question, to kind of sum that up is, are these goals still realistic and appropriate, in your opinion, or something, the board should go back and look at some of those goals? And do you need anything else from the board? Do you have the policies, the money, the resources you need to go where you need to go next year?
If you're asking me personally, I think it's always a
Or
good
the
idea to
district.
take a look at goals. I think it's always a great idea to kind of review where we are in the progress of goal setting and meeting those goals. No, we're perfectly fine. Dr. Fields has been incredibly supportive about us making this shift and putting instruction in the forefront and really making it clear that this is what this is a tombstone we are firmly planted on.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Board President and Dr. Fields and the entire board. I am going to add on top of that you will be seeing several things coming across, and you have been seeing several items coming across on the board agenda that is asking for some high-ticket items. Those are the things that we need to move our kids forward. And so when you see the cost of Amplify, when you see the cost of Eureka Math, and you see the cost of Mathia and NWEA, those are the things that we're talking about that we are going to need to not only track our students' growth, but also to make sure that our students are achieving at the levels that we need them to. So when we're looking at 7th grade, yes, ma'am.
Dr. Duhart-Toppin, I also know that they're getting ready to have a new STAR test this year, right?
They already did.
That was the new one?
That was the new one that we took in April, May.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And so these programs are all going to be fitting in with helping the students
Yes, ma'am.
understand?
That
Okay.
is in our district site-based plan. That is all in our curriculum and instruction
ma'am.
department and in our scope and sequence. The curriculum that we're giving to our teachers, that is all working in hand in response to what we're seeing in STAR 2.0.
HQIM as well.
Thank you.
Highly qualified instructional materials, which is HQIM, which is what TEA is putting out, are the materials that we need to be purchasing in our districts in order to make sure that our students will perform at the level that we need them to. So 7th grade math. So first of all, I would like to say that we had some work to do in 7th grade. It's not moving. We had some work to do in 7th grade. I believe that y'all saw the numbers last year when we were sitting at 31%. Is it the right one?
Yeah.
It's finicky. Give me a second here. I need you to work it because it's not playing with me.
Be your backup dancer anytime.
Go back. Okay. And so last year when we were looking at it, remember we were looking at a 31%, and then we were looking at a 37% when we got the TAPR report in our overall math. So we were really concerned about what we were seeing in 3rd grade. And so if you look at the GPMs there, which are also listed in front of you on the placard that's right there in front of you, you can see the goals that we set for 5th grade, 6th grade, and 7th grade in order to ensure that we're going to meet that 7th grade goal on our STAR math for this year of 2023, but also where we're going to be at the year of 2027. I will say that we don't have scores yet. State is still sitting on them. We're not going to see scores until probably around about September. We have something coming out on August the 11th, but TAPR reports and all of those things are not going to be coming out until September. So we're still waiting to hear from the state. So that's why we're looking at really closely at the data that we have with NWEA and using that to couch our discussions with our principals and our teachers about going into next school year. So 5th grade math, we had set a goal of 49%. We actually came in at 63%, but I will tell you that we are not unaware of the fact that we do have some populations within those demographics that we really need to be looking at and really setting in some concrete plans in order to address the areas that we need to move up in. Sixth grade math, we set our goal at 51%. We ended up at 54%, which was also an increase for us. But when you're looking at it, we know that we're going to have to be looking at our population of emergent bilingual students, special ed, African Americans, and Hispanic, as far as what are we doing specifically for those groups in order to increase that score overall. And then in seventh grade math, we set a goal for 51%, and I'm glad to report that we came in at 54% at the end of this year. We were not satisfied with that number. I will take a growth in a year, but I was really expecting to see some fruit from all the work that we have put into seventh grade. But we are continuing to look at those areas that we need to focus on, which is just like in sixth grade, that same group of kiddos that we're going to need to continue to focus on as far as our interventions are concerned. But the one thing that I do know, when you're looking at the next steps, tier 1 instruction, what is happening in every single classroom across the district is extremely important. In addition to the fact that we looked at what we call our acceleration and remediation classes, that is your RTI, your response to interventions courses, and what we were doing in those particular classes to address the learning gaps we were seeing, and also being very strategic about which kids we were scheduling in those classes, because as you well know, we cannot put all kids into an RTI class, so we need to look at kids and look at their scale scores, look at their previous testing, and determine which kids are we going to target and which kids that need it the most. And part of that was going back and looking at, we took our principles and we used our NWE data, our MAP data, and looked at where kids fail in that data and start grouping kids by who needs to be targeted for RTI, which kids will get it in the tier 1 instruction, and which kids are going to need tier 1, RTI, after school, Saturday school, whatever we can throw at you, we're going to be using that to make sure that we're not going to leave anything to chance about making sure that you're going to meet the goals that we have set for you as individual students. The other thing that is that we have done, Kristen and I have spent a lot of time talking with principals of those campuses that historically struggle because of the clientele that they're servicing and because of turnover or whatever else like that. And we have calendared instructional walks to make sure that we're looking at where they are at the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and also the end of the year.
Dr. Jewett-Toppin?
Yes,
If I
sir.
may interrupt you, I think Ms. Stanford had a question.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
I just wondered what you see as the particular issues with seventh grade, in particular, anything that stands out?
This, I will tell you Kristen, you can correct me if I'm wrong. The math that is coming out of elementary, third, fourth, you get introduced to it, and then you have time in fourth grade and fifth grade to kind of get a handle on it, to master it. When you jump to sixth grade, we're talking about a different type of math. So that gap between fifth grade math and sixth grade math is significant because the teeth change drastically. So what most students, they can come out and be one of your top performers in fifth grade math and then hit the wall in sixth grade. And then that wall continues to be a problem as you go through. Most kids will have some time under their belt and they'll start performing at where we need them to perform. But there is a significant gap between what happens in fifth and what happens in sixth grade. And then you continue to build upon that in seventh grade. By the time they get to eighth grade, they're pretty much caught up where they need to be. And then guess what? We're getting ready to make another leap. Because what happens in eighth grade math is not Algebra 1. And so one of the other things that you have to realize too, that in third, fourth, and fifth grade, when you're talking about you have an 86% or 92% passage rate for approaches, approaches still means under grade level. Approaches means that we're approaching third grade, approaching fourth grade, approaching fifth grade. If a kid is not at the meets level, they're not on grade level. So if you're sitting in a big pot of kids that are at the approaches level, those kids are still not performing where they need to be ready for the next grade level. So if I'm approaches in third grade and I'm approaches in fourth grade, when I get to fifth grade and I'm approaches again, I'm already going to enter into sixth grade significantly below where I need to be. And so what we have to do is to make sure that when we're looking at our data, that we're looking at the kids that are in the pot of approaches, and we need to determine where is the problem at and get them back on grade level within a year's time. Because if we don't fix it before they leave 5th grade, it is putting them in a deficit position when they go to 6th.
So we know they're gonna hit a wall, and that's intentional.
That's the state.
That-
Yes, ma'am.
And there's no way to really plan for that.
We do plan for it. We look at where the TEKS is, because anytime you look at the standards that we have for the state of Texas, our standards that are given to teachers that they have to teach, they build upon each other in some areas. And so when you're looking at a 7th grade TEK, it tells you specifically where you need to go. How does that TEK connect in 6th grade? How does that TEK connect in 5th grade? How does it TEK connect in 4th grade? So what they call those readiness TEKs are those TEKs that are in alignment leading up to that 7th grade. So our teachers that are studying in 6th grade and in 7th grade are looking at the connections between the previous TEKs to make sure that if a kid is showing us a gap, we know exactly where we need to go. So it's not a shock, it's not a surprise. The thing of it is that Tier 1 instruction in that classroom has got to be taught at the level and the rigor of the TEK.
Dr. Dart Hoppin?
Yes, sir.
The information you provided in the previous slides, 54%, 51%, is, I think you mentioned that the STAR data yet is, the taper report's not out. So is this information tied to preliminary numbers, or?
When you're looking at the test that we're talking about, this particular test, the NWEA test, which is the MAP assessment, is assessing growth.
Okay, that's, so
The
it's sort of
STAR
similar.
assessment is a
Yes.
summative assessment.
That's what I wanted clarity, because I
Yes.
kind of figured there was a difference. I wanted to make sure I
We use
understood
this
that.
one to inform what we're going to be seeing in STAR, but it's not a direct mirror of STAR
Okay.
because we're looking at different factors.
But we still use that as another
Yes, we
measurement to
do.
track, and so when we receive the data in September, we can take a look at that. All right,
Yes.
thank you.
So when we're looking at the next step, I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Ryan has a question.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, it's kind of a loaded question. Did all 7th graders take the MAP test, all of them?
All 7th graders that were present on the day that we gave the MAP test took the test.
I'm going, Ms. Davis knows where I'm going with this, because this came up, the weird math of 7th grade MAP on, or 7th grade STAR scores, is that many of our 7th graders don't take the STAR test.
That is correct.
Because they take the algebra. So have we looked at, it almost feels like it's not a good growth progress measure to look at the map of all the 7th graders when the goal is only the kids who are going to take the 7th grade STAR test, because all those going into algebra and honors kids aren't going to take that test.
But I do believe.
Point of correction real quick.
Yes.
I think you mentioned that the 7th graders take the algebra test. I think it's the 8th graders that take the algebra test, not the 7th.
No, the ones who are going to be in algebra take the 8th grade STAR math in 7th grade,
Yes, they do.
right? Okay.
Correct. But
And you're
So
right.
they don't,
The algebra
our
test
highest scoring
isn't-
kids don't take the 7th grade math test. So when we look at our average goes down because now we're only testing the kids in this level. We've taken out all of our highest performing kids. They don't even take the 7th grade STAR, so we don't get credit for them. So naturally, we would probably see like a dip between 6th and 7th grade because now we've taken a bunch of those kids out. So I'm wondering have we looked at that population's performance on MAP of the kids who are going to take the 7th grade math STAR? Does that make sense?
So let me answer it this way. Yes and no.
Okay.
One is that the number of kids that we're talking about, our top performing kids that are sitting in those classes that are being accelerated and taking 8th grade STAR in 7th grade and taking Algebra 1 in 8th grade, we're not talking about the entire population of a campus. It's a small percentage of the campus as a whole. So when you're looking at, I may have 350 8th graders, okay? And I may have like 325 7th graders. Out of that 325 7th graders, there may be 2 classes, 60 kids, that are not gonna be counted in that data because they're going to be taking the 8th grade STAR test.
Okay.
Now, if we were an accelerated campus that was like an early college, middle school, where everybody is accelerated, then I would say that that would be an argument that and a set of data that I really would have to look at. But the reality of it is, at any of our middle classes, it usually ranges from 1 to 2 classes that fit that particular criteria. Does that make sense?
Yes,
So
that
the
makes
bulk
sense.
of
We're
our
looking at
7th
about
graders are
20%.
taking the 7th
Okay.
grade test. And
So
so
we've
I
got-
think that the data is a true snapshot of where our 7th graders are.
Okay, so it's got some mathematical effect, but not.
But not
it's not 50%
significant
of our
enough that it
kids or
has,
anything.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
And I would share one additional thing. The NWEA MAP test is an adaptive test.
Yes,
So
it
when
is.
you take it, if you get it right, the next question you get is a little harder. If you get it wrong, the next
goes
question
down.
you get is a little easier. And what it gives you is actually, at the student level, it says, this is the level that you're performing at. And
Right.
that's what a teacher can use to like remediate for the child and things. And that's what makes this a really powerful test to use like during the year. And so a student will know, a teacher will know if that student is performing and is ready to pass it. And so,
And that's why it's important in using to inform how to prepare kids for a summative assessment. It's like STAR. Okay? Thank you so much.
Is that the end of the presentation?
Yes, sir.
I was having so much fun. Thank you. It was a very good presentation.
So next, I'd like to have Ms. Davis come up and speak about the STAR end-of-course preliminary results for this year and compare them to spring of last year. So, Ms. Davis?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, and Dr. Fields. This evening, I will be sharing the preliminary 2023 spring end-of-course results. The reason we call it preliminary is because these results include all students, not just the accountability subset. And what I mean by that is that students who are with us during Snapshot. Snapshot is information that we sent to the state the last Friday in October. If those students are with us at that time and they are at the campus during the test administration in the spring, then they count for the accountability subset. We are a highly mobile district, so sometimes students don't join our district until the very end, and yet you'll see some of their scores here. So we call these scores preliminary for that reason, and they are only the end of course results. So what you'll be seeing is Algebra 1, end of course, English 1, English 2, history, and biology. With that being said, we also want to remind you, you are aware, and that's something that our Dr. Duhar-Toppin and Dr. Saunders alluded to. We have gone through the entire redesign, so our students have taken a different assessment this year than what they have in the past. And this year, we're applying the accountability refresh. So it's taken a lot longer to receive the results than we have in the past. Normally, I would be presenting to you the accountability results this August. You won't actually receive that presentation until October because districts won't receive their final F through F ratings until late September. So just a little bit of introduction onto that. What you are seeing are the preliminary results, and we'll go straight to it. The first graph that you're seeing up here is the Algebra 1 EOC results, and this is high school only in this first slide. Because to Ms. Ryan's question, I will also be sharing a slide of those students in 8th grade who took Algebra 1. But it is a much smaller group, right? It's about 1 to 2 classes. So if you want to know the number of tests administered, we went ahead and placed those on the right side, number of tests administered at every campus. And to the left of the graph, you will see our comparison with the Texas state with Region 20, which is the region that we participate in. And then you also see all of Judson ISD aggregate together. So Judson High School only, again, because the next slide will show you the middle school. You can see that those are the results for approaches, is your purple. Meets grade level in blue, and students who mastered or above are in green. What you will see, the numbers that just appeared right now, they're appearing again in green, are the percentage increase from last year's spring to spring. I do want to say that we are comparing spring to spring, and I say that because we're a 5x5 school district, which means that our students actually tested in December. So this is not an aggregate of both of those tests. This is spring only. And so you can see that our students did increase in their approaches. You can see an increase across the board in meets, and you can see that masters is an area where it's an area of opportunity for us in the school district. Now what you're seeing in this next slide is the Algebra 1 end of course results for the middle schools. So these are your students who are on the advanced track when they begin middle school. So in 6th grade, they take a compacted curriculum of 6th and 7th grade in that year. And then in 7th grade, they take a compacted curriculum of the remainder of 7th, remainder of 8th grade. And then in 8th grade, these students are actually taking Algebra 1. So that's why they assess Algebra 1 at the middle school. So you're talking about your students in an advanced group. You can see the small number of tests administered to the side. Judson Middle School has a higher number than most because you also have your JSTEM there as a separate but together campus. And so you can see that across the board also there's increases in approaches, in meets, and in masters overall for Algebra 1 EOC. And so that was alluding to the question that Ms. Ryan had earlier. On the next slide, you see is the biology end of course results. Similar to what we offer for algebra, we also offer an advanced course science. And so students coming in 6th grade, they can take 6th and 7th compacted science curriculum. And in 7th grade, they would take a compacted 7th and 8th grade curriculum. And so these students that you see here to the right, like 76 students in well, sorry, I'm not there yet. I got ahead of myself. That being said, you can see that there was an increase across the board for approaches, 10%, 12% increase in approaches across the board with 14, the highest at veterans. Then you have your meets grade level. We had, for the most part, an increase of about 2% and 1%, and in some campuses, we did see a slight decrease, and then for our masters as well. This again is in comparison only spring to spring results. Now these are the bio EOC results for, yes ma'am.
I'm sorry, I just have a question. Why is it with could you go back one slide, please?
Yes ma'am.
For JLA, they don't have, they just have approaches? No meets or masters?
No ma'am. So that's what the students who were there at the time, that was their
There's
performance.
only what? Yeah, I saw the number there, but I was just wondering.
So those 7 performed at the approaches grade level.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. And so then for our biology EOC results in the middle school, we have a smaller number of students there testing because this is your advanced group going through the 6th through 8th grade path. You can see that these students across the board performed well. Again, this is your advanced group of students. In the masters, there's an opportunity for growth. These are students, again, who are taking this test for the very first time in 8th grade. Then what you see next are the preliminary results for English 1 EOC. These are your freshmen taking your English results in comparison to Texas and to the region. Overall, you can see an increase from last year's spring scores. You see even a 21% increase here at Judson High School. And the same across the board for an increase for meets. And then you can see the increases in masters. So overall for English 1, you do see considerable increases across the board. And then for English 2, at the high school level, these are usually your 10th grade, 10th, 11th grade students. You see the percent approaches, percent meets, and percent masters with the increases across the board in each of these performance levels compared to last year's spring results. For English 2 tests. And then our final test that you're seeing here is our U.S. history end of course results. You can see that history traditionally and historically has been a higher performing exam. And you can see that overall, there's been a good increase from last year's preliminary spring results. In meets, there's an opportunity for growth there, as well as in masters for history end of course results. I'm going to take a quick pause there to see if there are any questions about the preliminary scores. The final scores will be coming in August. Those final scores will present to you the aggregate of our December and our spring, and it will also include just the accountability subset of students that will apply towards our ratings. Keep in mind that the methodology is different, and so I'll be talking about the methodology in just a few minutes.
Do we have any questions? Ms. Rodriguez?
So, 2 quick questions. The December results, or the December test, was that the redesigned test also, or did they not roll the redesigned tests out until spring?
No, the first redesign was in the spring, May.
Okay, so it would be hard to do like an apples to apples comparison on certain tests between December and spring. Okay.
Yeah.
And then my other question, what was my other question? Sorry. I forgot what it was, so never mind.
We'll get back to you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Thanks.
Ms. Ryan?
I'm sorry, can we go back to the English 1 slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you've got numbers on there and I don't have them on mine. Let me look on my Oh, there's the pluses and minuses. Okay, so you're saying veterans being at 55 was 6% higher than their score last spring?
Yes, ma'am.
So last fall, because overall last year, veterans was at 66% passing. So when I see them go down to 55, I get concerned when the state numbers went up. So I can't blame the test when I compare us to the state and the region, because if the state and the region went up and then we go down, that makes me worry, because if everybody goes down, then we blame it on the test. But if not everybody goes down, so if they were overall 66, I wasn't here, so I don't know what the fall numbers, if those were much better, but this is probably the one EOC where I saw the biggest discrepancy between what the state and the region did and what we did compared to last year. So I think this is just one to keep an eye on, because it just seems like other people did better than us on this one. So
I would remind everyone that these are the preliminary results for the spring.
just spring, yep.
Not snapshot.
Yeah.
Not including the test from the fall. And once all of those scores come in, you may see a different level
Okay.
of production.
Okay.
Rather, and it may be similar to what happened last year.
Okay.
But right now, it's just spring
Yeah.
and just for that.
Okay.
And it's everybody included.
Yeah.
So all the students that moved in afterwards.
I think she's talking about the taper report.
Comparing the tapered.
Right, the
that's- yeah.
Yeah.
taper report includes just snapshot students, and it includes the fall administration as well as the spring administration. What we're showing you today is just the spring administration, absent the fall. It includes all the students who tested, not just the ones that were in the snapshot subgroup.
All right, so we don't have a complete.
Correct.
Okay.
No,
It's not apples to apples.
Yeah, and in addition, when you're looking at the comparison to Texas, most school districts in Texas actually don't implement the 5x5, right? So you're looking at them just testing in May. What you're seeing here is a sliver of our testers, right? Because we actually do first-time testing in December too, and so all you're seeing here is spring. The other thing to consider as well is that last year, that was a different test also, and so this test that you see here is a completely redesigned test. And what we're seeing here are the results of that under the new accountability after they've, removed the zones of uncertainties and all of those things. So it is Definitely not an apples to apples comparison, even when we're comparing ourselves with the state. Okay,
Ms. Rodriguez, remember your question?
I did remember what it was.
Go right ahead.
But it was simple. Do we typically see any change between the preliminary results and the final results?
yes, ma'am, we do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that is based on what? Them changing the cut scores for approaches meets masters, or?
So the question is, do we see a difference between preliminary and final?
Yes.
We do, because we're a highly mobile district, right? So for the campus specifically, if the student was there in snapshot, but then not there in snapshot, there during the test, so they might not necessarily count for the campus, but
Got
they'll
it.
count for the district.
Okay.
So in the past, that would impact the district, because in the past, the district was calculated differently. It won't anymore,
Got
right?
it.
It'll be.
Okay.
So that's where you saw a big change. Then the fact that we're highly mobile, then the fact that you start removing all of those students from the big score, that impacts
It
the final
changes
score. So yes, we would see a difference, and I would expect to see that difference again this year.
Got it. So that's the thing that hasn't been reconciled and makes these preliminary
No, these
results.
are all students.
Okay.
Which is good to see, because when you're taking a look
Yep.
at the instruction and you're taking a look at how this curriculum impacted the instruction, we really do want to take a look at all the students. But when we get rated by the state has its own formula
Got it.
that they follow. And so then you're just looking at your accountability subset. You also have your new students who arrive, right? And we have a big group of students who are emergent bilinguals. So all of that is taken into consideration when we're providing our final accountability scores. So you can expect normally in the past to see an increase on the final ratings. This year, it will be different, and it'll be different because the cut scores are different. It will be different because the methodology, as I shared with you a couple of months ago for CCMR, is completely different, and it's not necessarily going to impact us in a positive manner. They changed the goalpost during the game. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So what will the accountability ratings look like? The preliminary what-if ratings are just that. If we took last year's ratings and we applied the new accountability subset right now, what would it look like? And honestly, these are what-if ratings, but the reason that we're sharing them with you today is because we want you to know that these are publicly out there. We don't want you to be caught off guard if anybody were to have any questions related to these ratings. And so when we take a look at this, the what-if ratings, you see the number of campuses throughout the state. We are taking a look at 5,000 campuses, almost 6,000 campuses, that if we applied the methodology to their scores last year, the methodology that will be used this year, they would have remained the same. When you take a look at Judson, our percentage, 73% of our campuses would have remained the same. Then we take a look at our 2021 ratings decrease. Would they have decreased? For the state, 28% of the campuses across the state would have decreased. For us, 13% of our campuses would have decreased applying this methodology. And then 6% of the campuses across the state would have increased. We would have 13% of our campuses as well. Overall, if you applied the methodology as a district, we were an 81B school district. If we were to take the new accountability refresh methodology and applied it, our score would have been a 73. And that concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Are there any questions? That was a real quick end, Ms. Davis. We caught that. I don't think there are any questions. Thank you
Thank you
very
very
much
much.
for your report.
And all this is because
Thank
they
you.
took out the military readiness part.
Well, they changed the CCMR. It's kind of like playing a football game and moving the goalpost of what it takes to kick a field goal in the middle of the game. And so we're dealing with that. I would also say that, we don't know how this is going to compare to all the other districts. The reason why we wanted to put those what-if scores out there is that we didn't want someone else to prepare this and then show it and say this is what Judson would be without us bringing it to you guys first. Again, it's not all the information, but as soon as we get information, we want to bring it to the board and make sure that you guys are aware as well. So our next briefing tonight under the superintendent's report is we had a request from Ms. Ryan that said that she wanted to look at the bond projects and updates on our construction. So I asked Mr. Guidry to briefly put together a monthly board construction report, and he and Miss Helen to come up and then speak about where we are on the 2013, 2016, 2017, and 22 bonds. So, Mr. Guidry.
Tall for this. So good evening, Mr. President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Fields. So this is one of the first of many construction updates that are coming. As you know, this is an exciting time for us. We're in the process of building middle school number 6. Later on in the evening, we'll be going over the schematics for elementary number 21. So there's a lot going on right now. Things are going to start picking up. Again, as a result of that, we're going to start making sure that we have these presentations once a month. So first thing, as Dr. Fields mentioned, you should have a packet in front of you that has all the different bond projects. So in 2013, as of right now, well, all 2013 projects are complete. There's a little money that was left over, so we're going to be moving that over to the 2016 bond. That will definitely make sure we bring that to you. It's not finalized yet, but I did want to share with you on the 2013 bond, all projects have been complete. So some of the few projects that we have that we're going to start working on a 2016 bond, as you're going to see in Candlewood Elementary, we're going to start phase 2 pretty soon. And we got chiller replacements. That's pretty much going on all across the district. We also got at Coronado Village Elementary, the walkway canopy will be starting up soon. I know we heard about the PAC Center, so that's coming up pretty soon. And some of that project's from the 2016 bond, and some of that's going to include the wiring, sound systems, work in the recital hall, and the black box. And the other big project that we have that's already underway, if you don't know if you guys have had a chance to go out to Wagner, but over at Wagner, we've got, there's dirt everywhere. They've already torn up you saw that, Ms. Heaney? Yeah, I see that, man. You know, they've already started demolishing and it might be down right. I'll show you some pictures later on. The stadium was demolished. They've already started digging the dirt, so that's another big project that is underway right now. We've also looking at the 2017 bond. So the other project that is happening right now as we speak is over at Veterans as well too. Right, so that's from the 2017 bond, and there what we're doing is we're adding additional parking spaces, and we're making some renovations to the athletic complex. We're building restrooms over near the athletic area. So again, and out of the 2022, the real big one right now is middle school number 6. If you have a chance to go out there, all you're going to do is see dirt right now. I mean, it's all dirt right now. So they've been working hard at doing that. So we're also in the process of the Hartman Elementary School chiller replacement. Again, that's pretty much a project that's going to be ongoing. Other projects, again, from the 2016, excuse me, or from the local funds is we're going to be relocating the transformer due to soil over at Copperfield Elementary. Wagner mini splits as well too, and we've also begun, if you get a chance to go out there, in addition to the Wagner location, we have the wraparound services that are coming up as well too, and we've already added the portables that have been on site already. So on page 2, what you're going to see on the packet that you did receive, on page 2 you're going to see a description of each particular project. So for example, construction is going to be ongoing at Candlewood for the chiller replacement during the summer 2023. We are in the design phase, again, for the Coronado Village canopy. Again, we are doing the Wagner athletic improvements, the mini splits. We've talked about the wraparound services. And again, those portables were installed about on the 17th, I believe. And again, these are just a few items that that I wanted to share with you. But again, keep in mind, this is going to be an ongoing process. As you guys know, every month we'll be giving you updates on it. And again, later on, we'll talk about elementary school number 21, and we're going to be bringing the schematics for you later on. What I do want to share with you, and this is not going to take very long, again, I'll get into more details at next month's meeting, just in case you haven't had a chance to see some of the projects. So this is over at Wagner, right? So these photos were taken prior to July 4th. So you can see it was already dug up. Everything is dug up right there, and it looks a lot different now. Right now in this particular photo, it looks like the stadium is still there, but it's not, because we got a side view on that. So this, again, this is another picture of the Wagner track that was their football field. This was the back end of the bleachers, as you can see up there. So that, again, this was taken on, these pictures were taken prior to that week we're off of July 4th. So it's probably not even there anymore right now. So we've got that. And again, this is when they first started digging around the pad for the wraparound services. And that is it. Again, this is a real short presentation. As we continue during the summer months and the year, we're going to be bringing this to the board every month.
Well, thank you. I know that this was an item that Ms. Ryan had requested be on the agenda, so I'm going to start with Ms. Ryan in terms of any questions that she probably has. So, Ms. Ryan?
Yes, this is the topic that gets my phone and email blown up far more than anything else in this district, because that bond effort last fall, we made a lot of promises to people about things, and we want to make sure that we are following through on all of our promises. So, and I'll go through a couple things. I was going to pull out of financials, but we can talk about them now. So I'm glad that we're going to close out that 2013, because I saw that there was leftover money floating around in the 13 one. So trying to close these out so they're not a decade old with money still sitting there. I'm obviously concerned that we have a lot of stuff remaining in the 2016. And because that was, what, over 7 years ago that we passed that? And then looking at this list and then comparing it against where we still have bond funds, like we've still got $2 million on the Converse Elementary upgrades sitting here, but I don't see anything on the construction update of what we're doing. So I don't know from looking at all the documents, do we still have $2 million in upgrades to do at Converse, or are you going to come to us with proposals on how we reallocate that money? And there's other ones like, where's this other one? Oh, Judson Middle School's got $2 million. There's a number of them with millions of dollars still allocated against them, and I don't see projects lining up to them on the 2016. I'll let you answer that one before I go on to 2022.
Yes, ma'am. So basically, on a lot of the projects that we had an issue with litigation, and it slowed our ability to do some of the projects and changed it. So not everything that was in there were we able to get to, because we were told you can't touch that campus while we're in litigation. I'd ask Ms. Keaton to come to the mic as well so she can back me up on all this. In addition, we saved a lot of money in other areas, and that's how we're able to get to the Wagner track or doing some of the upgrades that we have. But in terms of the percentage of completion from 2013 and 2017, we're done. Had money left over in 2017, and now we're able to do some work in the back in terms of a new athletic facility. In terms of 2016, there was some overage that's left. There are a few projects that we still need to complete on 2016. I would tell you that going through COVID and then coming back trying to get some materials made it extremely difficult to get some of this stuff done, because everybody was we couldn't get things in. Now, we're going through a term of everybody went out and got a bond. So when it's feast or famine, right now it's feast for construction, and they've got a lot of work. So it's kind of difficult competing to get people in. We've been very strategic about getting our big bond projects out there in terms of the new middle school and the new elementary. And Helen was able to get a large contingent of people to come in and compete for those, and we're moving forward towards getting a lot of that big stuff done. But in terms of the 2016 bond, I would say that we're almost 90 to 95% complete with that bond, correct?
Correct.
Would you add anything to?
I think you did a great job.
Really?
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, and Dr. Fields. There's a lot of things going on, and I do think that Dr. Fields captured a lot of it. But I'll recap just because I think, just to condense it a little bit. So when we went out for the 21 bond, and this also impacted some of the projects that were in 2016, I don't know, we had improvements in there for Judson Middle, Kitty Hawk, Kirby. There was quite a few projects in there. So we put the bond projects on hold because if the 21 bond had passed, we didn't want to be in construction and then tear out newly completed work, right? And then at Judson Middle, a large part of what's going on over there is just pavement, resurfacing and things like that. And there's a huge street project right out in the front. So we don't want to tear up new construction. So we've just got it sitting there until they complete the road work, and then we'll resurface the parking lot. So a lot of times what happens is there's another pending reason why it is not 100% complete, right? The defect claims, of course, we couldn't touch anything on those campuses. We are now, like on Converse Elementary, because I get a lot of calls about that one. We have monies from the defect that we will have, the monies from 2016 bond we will have, and we also have monies from 2022 bond we will have. So when we design that project, then we're going to have to use the different funds for that. So that's what we're evaluating now. The priority, of course, was all the projects with the athletics, try and get those out the door so we can get those construction started. The middle school out the door, which was a big undertaking, get that construction started. They're moving really well. Tonight, we're going to be presenting elementary school 21 schematic, which allows us to push into design development and construction documents there. And then we had a, 5 or 6 hour meeting today looking at air conditioning the gyms, the chillers, the boilers, like all the mechanical equipment. The one thing I will say to the board is we're going to have to be very strategic. Chiller equipment is taking 12 to 14 months. We have to look at how we're going to package the projects because that work will have to be done over the summer, which means we cannot have summer school at these campuses. So we really have to pull in the curriculum piece. How are we going to manage our world over the next 2 summers? Because we will not have enough contractors, subcontractors to do as many projects as we have with chiller replacement, boiler replacement, HVAC control systems, because those are all the special systems that make the campus operate and comfortable for everybody. So we're right in the throes of doing that and scheduling how are we going to make all that happen so that we can meet with Ms. Toppin and everybody else on, okay, how are we going to do summer school next summer? Well, actually over the next 2 summers to get this work done, if we can get the equipment. We are still having lots of concerns with technology. We're hearing on technology equipment, HVAC equipment. Some of the building materials are still really challenging. So on a couple of things, we've had to go back, look at substitutions, alternate materials that perform the same. They just weren't specified initially, and allow some of those things to get changed so it doesn't affect the construction completion.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's just the level of detail to some level that we need to keep updated because, the calls and emails we're getting is, I don't see anything happening with my AC. No, I don't see any card read. I just went back for PD and there's no card readers on my doors. And my playground equipment hasn't been upgraded yet, but I voted for the bond. So why isn't my stuff getting done? But when there are things that we can't control, just being able to communicate that to the community, that chillers are on 12 to 14. We're building the RFP to do them in groups of 5, you know, whatever that status is, so that when we get those calls, or you'd be surprised, go look at how many people hit your bond page looking for updates, because they go there first usually before they call us.
Right.
And they look for the updates there. But it's nice for us to be able to answer what the status is also, that where we are in the process for all of these things.
Right. And I think it's important for the community to know this bond will build out over 6 or 7 years. It is not going to build out over 2. Not unless we can get more subcontractors and contractors and materials and some of that. We're seeing improvement. It's not nearly as bad as it was coming right out of COVID. I mean, we couldn't get roofing materials or anything. And you'll see on the 2016, that we still have 2 campuses that need roofs. And we just couldn't get the materials. So they told us to shelve it just because we couldn't get it. Now, we've changed to an alternate building type of material, modified the design. Those designs will be coming to y'all in schematic form either in August or September, so that we can bid them and get that stuff moving forward. But there's a lot of challenges still right now. But things have improved tremendously in the last probably 6 or 7 months.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Eden.
Hi, Miss Helen, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful.
Great.
Just like everybody else, trying to stay cool. Miss Helen, you remember the format that you used to give us, this type of, we used to receive it from you every month, and it was a status update on all the projects that are ongoing?
Yes, ma'am.
You remember that format?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible if we could just go back to that? Because we used to get that once a month.
Absolutely.
So, because I think that's already designed and set up.
Yes.
And then that way, that'll be
Absolutely.
all of this.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
We
thank you,
certainly
ma'am.
can.
Thank you.
For Ms. Ryan, is there any other questions? You're good. My question would be that the sale point for the bond, and obviously I was very involved in promoting this bond in '22, we sold it as we were ahead of the curve. You know, we weren't coming out in May, and there was a whole bunch of discussion about having this bond in May, which I said was too late. We had it in November, so there are a lot more districts that have now passed bonds in May. Are you telling me now that we're sort of all clumped in that, or are we still ahead? Because those bonds that passed in May.
We are ahead. We are ahead.
Okay.
The middle school, of course, came out in really short order because we had the design almost completely finished. We now are going to present tonight, which is very quickly when you consider the design timelines that other districts are dealing with. We're going to present the schematic design for the elementary 21. Those are the 2 largest projects in the bond. And then we're already discussing schedules, costs, and everything on the remainder of the projects in 2022 bond. The key will be, because there are renovations and mechanical systems, control systems, which is how you control the HVAC, those sorts of, because in addition to that, the campuses that get like gym air conditioning, it doesn't make sense to peel off, because it's more expensive, and we didn't price it that way, to peel off just the air conditioning of the gym, for instance, if we're also doing a new chiller at that campus or a new boiler or whatever the case may be. Because you may be able to design that one campus and get the air conditioning in the gym done, but then you're bringing the same design consultants potentially, or contractor, back to do the chiller, the boiler, whatever is a long lead item. So you're actually increasing the overhead cost to the district. Right, and we're trying not to do that.
Well, I would like to echo the point Ms. Ryan mentioned about, at this point, we need to communicate. We need this to be part of the narrative in our district. And in some of our bonds, we put out posters at entryways when parents come in.
Correct.
So having sort of a coming soon, whatever
Okay.
summer, something
Okay.
like that, because we just need to get that information out. There has to be that
Mm-hmm.
expectation. I think some felt it might be this summer before we'd see some things, but you just said next summer possibly. And
Right.
so we have to be very open about what that timeline is, so
Mm-hmm.
folks don't think we're just, sitting on our hands, that we are moving. And this
Agreed.
is a process. So Dr. Fields, would that be something you could put out onto the campuses before the school year?
Yes, sir, it can. I just want to temper expectations. To say that we're ahead, I get it. But there's still billions of dollars of bonds that are out in the San Antonio area. And everybody's not in the starting blocks waiting to sell their bonds before they can start. They've got their money and they're trying to get their work done as well. To the point that when we put out for construction and architectural firms to come in and bid on our items, we're finding that we don't have the response that we've had in the past because there's a lot of work out there to get done. I would say that we're ahead because we jumped out with the middle school. We jumped out with the elementary school. So we're going to have some pretty big structures completed very shortly by fall of 2025, where we'll be inviting students into it. But I know that if you go around, you saw the pictures. We're subgrading over at Wagner for the track. We're subgrading for the wraparound services. So we've gotten out there and we're starting to get a bunch of stuff done. So if there's an expectation that we're not or sitting on our hands, I don't see that. But I do see the need to put signs out there. I would have probably articulated this a different way. Maybe we could have been more specific about what we were going to do at each particular area and then posted that so people have an expectation on what's going to come. That we can try and glean out and figure out how we're going to do it. I just don't want to put something up and then 2 years from now, we still haven't gotten to it and people feel like we're procrastinating.
Well, I can understand, but that's accountability.
We
And
did.
So Dr. Fields, in terms of what we really need to do, we need to be very open. If you need more support, project management, whatever it is that gets time on each project, then this is the time to say, I need some help to do that. Because we're trying to build confidence in our community that we can be trusted with resources. Eventually, we'll need to go back for a bond, and people are going to be like, it took them 20 years to do a bond. They're going to think that we're not, and we are. I believe we clearly are, but we're not articulating that to, again, Ms. Ryan's point, we need to communicate this information. So if we don't know, we can put out a preliminary target and then, of course, adjust it with rationale. It's communicating with our stakeholders. They know we're working on it. I believe we are. But when you look at a project like a middle school and elementary school and how quickly that's coming, but yet we need air conditioning in a gym and it's taking a lot longer, you just look at scope. I get what you just said now. I understand that.
I understand.
But when you look at the simple, it's a AC essentially in a gym and it's taken 3 years to get there, sometimes for me or someone in the community, doesn't make sense. We can build a whole school in 2 years, but I realize that. Helen just communicated that. But our community en masse probably doesn't realize that. This is an easy thing, but it is not. And so we need to be very clear about what this really is and have that kind of communicated.
I agree. I would just go back and say that the AC in the gym came in this last bond, not in previous bonds. So we're trying to get that out as well. But it's kind of like building the plane as you taxi down the runway. It's difficult to go in while the students are in the gym practicing and competing and then rip out the roof and try and put an AC in. So we have to plan that part as well and see what's the best time while simultaneously having summer school and doing remediation for students that may be struggling academically. So,
Well, in addition to that, the campus has to remain operational. So when you move, because you can't do this amount of work over the summer, I think the board, and we all, I know, recognize, the summers have gotten shorter and shorter and shorter. And so you can't go in and do this work in the summer, And so we have to talk to the principals. We have to talk to Dr. Saunders and Dr. Toppin and the cabinet, how are we going to make this work? Because we're going to be, the way we're trying to organize it is multiple campuses under each contract. potentially by feeder pattern, but whichever contract it is, they're going to have 2 summers that they're going to be working on this campus, you know. And so there's a lot of moving parts on the air conditioning in the gym. We have 7 municipalities that we deal with, which means the building codes in each one of those municipalities are different.
And Helen and
And
Dr.
that
Fields
challenge.
and colleagues do know I understand.
Oh, I
None
know.
of what you're saying
I know.
is not, I mean, it makes complete sense.
Right.
But from my, we're out in the community.
I
We're getting
totally-
hit at
yes,
HEB.
and I totally
we
see.
talking points. We need to rationalize, well, why the heck is it taking 3 years to put AC in a gym? As
Right.
one example. So taking proactive steps, communicating that time frame, giving
Agreed.
us talking points so that we can communicate to our community will put us all in a better, open
Absolutely.
position.
And I totally agree with that.
To temper expectations, as Dr. Fields had mentioned.
Right. I totally agree.
We can get with Mr. Guidry. Like he said before, we'll have a monthly construction report that goes out. And we can even start going back to doing some of those videos that we can post online that actually goes out and shows the areas that we're working on and how far along we are on each of the projects.
Thank you, Ms. Canoyer.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if and I'm not trying to put extra pressure on you. Is it possible to get a rough outline when you're finished talking with your team about, we think we're going to be able to complete this here, here, so we can have something in hand to talk with community about? So if the people from Elof Elementary come up to me and say, hey, when are we going to get our air conditioning? I'm going to say, well, you know, it's complicated because we're going to do this, this, and this, and we have to not just put an air conditioning system in, but we have to insulate and put walls and, you know, da-da-da-da. And we're predicting it'll be done about here.
Yes.
So if we have something like that, I think that can help give us talking points so that when people are jumping all over us and saying, gosh, it's been 2 months, why don't I have,
Yeah.
you know, I can get an air conditioner in my house in 2 days. You know what I mean? You know, it's,
Agreed.
And the air conditioning is the
I
big
get
thing.
those
That
phone
and
calls,
playgrounds are the
too.
2 big things I'm hearing about. It's those elementary parents that are
Yes,
like,
and I get those phone calls too. So
I know you do.
I can totally
And I never refer
understand.
them to you. I always try to answer
I'm
what
happy.
I can.
Yeah. I get those too.
But if we had just, and, you know, and
yes.
say, don't hold us to this because we have this issue and this issue with, you know, supply chain and all that kind of stuff, but here's the rough plan. And if we
Yes.
had something like that, and even if that was on that page to where they could go look at it, I think that would help eliminate some of those questions.
Sorry, this will be posted tomorrow on the facilities page, and we'll move forward with it.
And we do have updates on the Bond 22 page that we are doing. We're meeting with communications every month so that we can put those updates there. And yes, I do have a preliminary schedule that is laid out that I've worked through. I have not presented it to curriculum yet. And I don't want to make decisions for them based on what needs to happen at the campus level.
And I'm not saying we need it tomorrow.
No, I understand.
I want to give you enough time to really, you know.
Right,
I'm
to
not the one who
vet
says
it.
I can get my AC in 2 days. I mean, so.
Yeah, we're not
but-
gonna, that's not gonna happen, but I do understand the urgency, and I understand that communicating what we're doing and how important it is, especially for you, all of you, because you're the ones that get the majority of the calls and have to field those. I totally understand. I get those.
I think Ms. Ryan had a follow-up.
Oh, yeah, which, you know, like, especially some of the calls I'm getting now is we're rocking and rolling on 2 more stadiums and before the pre-K playground equipment is done. And all I can do is, you know, because we're overcoming the
It all has to
athletics
be
aren't the
done.
priority in Judson, you know, the perception, you know, that it's all about athletics and not other things. So obviously, different projects, different timelines, different contractors, but being able to answer why something that wasn't even on the bond, it was a, you know, a wish list item, is all of a sudden going through the RFP process and getting executed before things that were on the list before it are not executed. That'll definitely help us answer questions.
Is there any other questions? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now we're going to continue moving on to the consent items. We'll pass these in whole, but I want to know, are there any items that need to be pulled? Letter B, Ms. Stanford? Okay. Any other items?
Yes. I'm C, D, G, and K. Charlie, Delta, Golf, Kilo.
And I'll be pulling L and M. I have two quick questions on that. So are there any other items?
Oh, I thought you were pulling E. Oh, and E.
And E,
E.
as in Edward?
Echo.
I've always maintained that we should just get rid of consent, but that's okay. We're going to move forward. So items that we are going to pass on consent are item A, F as in Frank, H, I, J. So can I have an emotion for that?
Did somebody pull B? I didn't hear B.
B was
Oh, okay,
pulled.
okay, I missed that one, okay. I move that we pass those items as recommended by the administration.
I second it.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote. Consent measure for those items passes. So letter B, consider and take action regarding approving the expenditures equal to or greater than 50,000. I believe, Ms. Stanford, you
Yes.
pulled that one?
Yes, and I know you can pull things online, but for those of you that didn't print the board book and have it with you in your lap right now, the total amount of money that's being spoken of in B is $393,700, and that is spread between 4 items. And so I had a question on the first item, which is renewing the Great Minds, or it's Great Minds, and it's renewing the licensing for Eureka. That's $54,600. And I am curious if we track teacher feedback on it, if we feel it's an effective program, how do we determine, I know we spoke about it some earlier, but just how we determine teachers are experiencing it in the classroom, and if they are having a positive experience and feel it's effective. Do we kind of keep up with that?
We, yes, ma'am, we do. And I think tonight we showed with our example of the lack of involvement at the second grade at some of our campuses that Eureka's working. It's not always a feel-good deal. Sometimes, as we said tonight, it's going to be a district initiative. This is what we're going to do going forward. So we're asking that this be renewed and allow us to be able to bring in professional development.
Whose phone is on? Oh,
It's off.
sorry. But the feedback.
I heard it.
No, it's this one.
So-
She's texting.
Oh, gotcha.
Was it yours?
So, any other questions on the Eureka math?
No, and we feel comfortable that we're seeing the results. You're confirming that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This is the initiative that we're going to do going forward, and it will provide professional development for us, kinder through fifth. And I believe that we showed tonight that we've seen improvements with this product.
Okay, and item 2 under B is licensing for email security, that's $67,700.
Correct. Basically,
I
when
don't
we,
have any questions on that one.
okay.
It's okay. But 3 is the purchase of AED equipment.
Yes, ma'am.
That's $120,665, and that's defibrillation
Correct.
machines.
Yes, ma'am.
And I wanted to be sure we are ensuring that people know where they're kept in a school so that they know right where to go, and also that enough people are being trained to use them in an emergency when you have an unexpected emergency. Do we just have, how many people do we have trained?
Well, it's not necessarily a people do we have training, you don't need it, but what we do is at the beginning of each year, when we bring the teachers back, this is something that the principals go over with all of their staff. I would also say that part of our, Mr. Hernandez is in charge of safety, but we had to put in maps for each of our campuses. And one of the things that need to be highlighted on the map is where the AEDs are located. But they go over that with all the teachers when they come back.
And then as far as using them, do you feel we have enough people trained to use?
Correct. Well, again, what we do is we bring in the nurse or someone says, hey, this is the AED, and then they go over how to use it. What you do is you bring it down, you turn it on. It tells you where to place the pads on the person. It gives you step-by-step on what you need to do. But there's no certification process that's needed to be able to use them. It's not the old school charge the 60 deal. It's kind of it kind of walks you through the process. I'm sorry, was that too informal? I apologize, but you know.
Well, and let me just add to that, the AD conversation. Obviously, we did have a fatality in district office some years ago.
Correct.
Where the AED itself was not utilized in trying to address the situation. And so obviously the question is, it was not first and foremost on someone's mind to run and get that equipment. So district office is different than campus, so we can be proactive and now consider the idea, could we conceivably see the same underutilization of equipment on a campus, and are there multiple users prepared to utilize the machine? You said teachers, so I'm assuming every teacher then is given some briefing.
I'm saying, let me self-correct. It's not just teachers, it's staff. So what we do is we bring in the staff when we come back to school. As a principal, I would have people come in and we would spend the day going through a host of different agenda items. One of them always being the AED machines, location, and how to break them out. At the district level, I would tell you that we have our lead nurse for the district housed at the district level. So in terms of utilization, it's my prayer that we never have to use them. But we do need upgraded current machines on each of the walls posted at each of our facilities throughout the district. This will allow us to do that. This is one of those areas that we could have done better in terms of the rotation of the upkeep. So what we're doing is we're asking to replace them all now, and then we will restart our replenishing of these AED machines 8 years from now, when they have a 10-year shelf life, and then after 9 years, we will have replaced them again.
Well, and I understand that as the request, but honestly, if we're going to spend money, let's also look at how we're going to utilize them and make sure that they're used. This is the right time to intersect.
I think that the trainers, the nurses on the campus, the administration are all fully aware of how they need to be used.
And that's basically what I wanted to know.
Yes.
So if there is definitely training, then we'll hear more about that and see how that works and so forth. I'm sorry, Ms. Stanford, go ahead.
No, that was it on that one. And thank you, Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am.
And the fourth item for 150,800 is the Mindful program, which was new to me. It was interesting to hear about, but can that be reviewed real quick?
Definitely. I would ask Dr. Saunders and Dr. Toppin to quickly go through. I know it's a program where when the students bring up their Chromebooks, it measures how they feel for the day and gives some interventions on how we can address how the students feel. But I think it's been proactive, and we've had over 300,000 responses for the year of students crying out to us sometimes or letting us know if they feel less than adequate for the day. So Dr. Saunders, Dr.
Yes, sir.
Thompson.
You did a really good job of explaining it. So the term that teachers are probably familiar with is class catalyst. So it's a check-in first thing in the morning, like we talked about earlier in the week. It begins with a little battery icon. The student slides the bar on the battery to indicate how they're feeling as far as like energy level and ability to engage in the lesson. And then the first layer of that is if the student scores on that battery that they're struggling for the day, the program automatically sends them 3 mindfulness practices that they could engage in themselves. And then it reassesses. It comes up with that battery icon again, and then the student has an opportunity to say, you know what, that helped. I'm feeling much better, and move it in the other direction. If it stays the same or even lower, then there is a piece that engages the student, the teacher with a color-coded icon. The teacher then has a dashboard where they can read, has the student written me a note? Is there something specific I need to know? Or can I immediately alert the counselor that we need some assistance? And as Dr. Fields said, over close to 300,000 students have engaged in this process this year. So it really gives students an opportunity in a private setting to be able to say, hey, I need a little bit of assistance.
Okay, and do you get feedback from teachers, counselors, as far as how they are perceiving its usefulness? I'm just curious to know, because it sounds really,
Yes, so I think the piece that teachers are most thankful for is the library of mindfulness practices that they can engage in as needed in their classroom. So for example, if a classroom is just struggling, period, end of story, all of them together, the teacher has an opportunity to engage in an entire catalog of mindfulness practices that they could use as a whole class exercise. I think that's the biggest piece that teachers lean into. And as we talked about before, the district side of it is there is a historical log, a historical record of students that may be struggling, right? We can go back and see, it's November, the student has been telling us that there's an issue for a couple of weeks now. It gives us that added layer of accountability, a safety net of another set of eyes engaging.
okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's all my questions. That's all.
Any other questions on that item? Okay. I move then that we approve expenditures equal to or greater than 50,000.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Wait,
Just acclamation. All,
it's just B.
A really good record for the public and for vetting, for us to actually use the devices.
okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
What do we-
All those opposed? Okay, we'll move forward. So letter C, I'm sorry, consider and take action approving monthly financial statement as of May 31st, 2023. Who pulled this item? Was it Ms. Ryan? Go ahead, Ms. Ryan.
I had some questions about some of the bond documentation in there, and I think we talked about a lot of that, about just updating. I'm glad that the 2013 extra money is going to move over. If any of that 2016 money is not correct, like we already finished it, like let's look at some proposals of how we can maybe reallocate to other projects, anything that might be left over, so that truly does reflect money that we know it's likely going to cost for the projects at that school. And then we were missing, there isn't one for 2022 in here at all, but we already took money out. So are we able to get that added into these monthly financials, since we already took out bond money and we've already spent, I think, a little bit of it?
Yes, ma'am. I would remind that this particular document is about 2 months back.
Correct, May 31st.
So
I
you're
think we had
absolutely
already
right. Yes,
sold
we have.
bonds
Yes,
and
ma'am.
spent money
Yes,
by
ma'am.
May 31st.
But we did not sell all the bonds.
Not all, no.
But we do have some monies that are out there being spent on it, so we can start to reflect that in the monthly
Okay.
statement as well.
Okay. The other note I had was, let me see. Oh, for next month, kind of with the fiscal year closing, I assume next month we'll start to see those year-end numbers, in the next financials that we get next month.
I would defer to Ms. Davis. I'm not confident that we're going to see year-end numbers next month. I know this goes from May to July, from June to July, but we'll still have some of July left. So will we see closeout?
You will see the end of year for June, since we moved to a new fiscal year in
Okay.
July.
Okay.
Got it.
And I think, you said that maybe near the end of July, you guys would work with Mo Casey and get a near final estimate from the state. I know that the near final from the actual state probably doesn't come out till about September timeframe, but
September,
y'all were gonna
October.
plug all the data in with our ADAs and everything.
Yes, you'll get, again, this is 2 months behind, so as we continue to move through each month, you're going to start seeing those numbers that are a bit more reflective of what we showed you in the budget process.
Okay.
And then even continue, so this is really quite outdated. You've received the latest numbers during the June 22nd budget
Okay.
workshop.
Yeah, no, it'd be great if now that you have all your PIMS data and once we get the certified property tax value, if Mo Casey can redo their estimate for this past year.
Sure.
Because they needed all that data, and then we'll get all our money in arrears. It'd be nice to see where we ended up and what we now think we're gonna get, and obviously then we can verify that in September. Also concerned coming up with the budget on the new legislative stuff. and how that's gonna affect both INS tax rate and M&O tax rate, and if y'all can look and see if maybe August would be a good meeting to have Moat Casey come back and talk about impact on state funding of the legislative update, and would probably need Samco back, because the impact of a homestead exemption on our INS tax rate and the defeasance we talked about, there may be some new things we have to think about that Mr. Westerman may have to talk to us about. So it'd be nice to see a legislative update and the impact on Judson, so we can start thinking about that for when tax rate has to, and in case we have to republish new tax rates. I don't,
We
all
can,
very
we can look
complicated.
into it. Myself, I'd probably recommend September or October, only because we're being told that there may be a special session coming up.
Yeah.
So we might want to wait until after that's over before we bring
Well, I think
someone
I'm
in.
worried because we have to pass tax rate in September, right? No later than September?
August is when it's recommended, but because of all of the legislative changes, they have said August or September.
September, okay, yeah, so that's why we can't go too far past, because
I would
at
agree.
least at the September meeting is the latest I think we can pass the tax rate. So seeing the impact, so whether that's August or in conjunction with the tax rate.
But I don't know if we okay, gotcha. I don't know if we necessarily need the firm to come in and coach us through all of the changes. I'm just saying if we're going to have them come in, we may want to wait until we see all of the legislative changes.
Okay,
go.
yeah, just to know how the new INS
Correct.
rate may change
Correct.
any defeasances we had planned out for next year. Might be good to hear from them, so. That was all I had on 5C.
Any other
I'll
questions?
make a motion
regarding-
to pass if nobody else has comments.
That looks like we're clear. Make that motion.
Oh, did I make it?
I
Yeah.
second it.
Oh, motion to pass 5C.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, letter D, consider and take action regarding approving the ranking for request for proposal 22-46, a point of sale system for Judson ISD Child Nutrition Department. Who pulled that? Ms. Ryan?
Oh, that was me. Whenever we don't go with the lowest bidder, I like to just, make sure we have a good understanding of why we don't. There's often a really good reason, but I think we articulate that reason for that. So, so we can see where that, extra value we're paying for. Is this the system that we currently use, or is this a new system?
This would be a new system.
Okay. And then why did we want to go with them? What was
Because
the
they're
reason with
compatible
that?
with the current systems that we already have.
Okay.
The low system that you see on here is incompatible. In addition, they incorporate all of the training that goes along with the implementation. The low bid, we'd have to pay à la carte to bring people in to train us.
Okay.
So if you were to take that price and then add it to their base price, we wind up paying more than what we would have to if we just go with the company that we've selected.
Okay. Did we have some of Child Nutrition, were they able to see like a little demo of this and how it works with the card swipe to make sure they were happy with how they liked the interface of it?
They were the ones who came back and recommended this
And
particular.
recommended and
yes, ma'am.
liked how the kids would put in numbers or
Right.
something like that? Okay, awesome. That's all the questions I had, unless someone else on the board.
Any other? Okay.
Okay,
I
then
move that, I'll go ahead and call the motion, Ms. Ryan. I move that we approve the ranking of request for proposal for 22-46 point of sale system for Judson ISD Child Nutrition Department.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Letter E, consider and take action regarding approving the ranking for request for proposal 23-01 annual financial audit. And I think, Ms. Stanford, you pulled this one?
No?
Ms. Ryan?
No, you pulled it. Oh, I do have questions. That helps. Maybe I didn't pull it.
Go ahead.
I do have questions written down.
I have
Okay,
Ms.
this is another
Stanford.
one
I'll
where
rewrite
we did not pick the low bidder on this one either. So I was a little confused on quality of vendor goods or services. I mean, most annual financial reports from school districts, they all have pretty low graphs in them, and they all look like TA kind of sets out the format of it type thing. So to have a 5-point difference between, whoever ended up in, the low bidder in first place, I was just wondering kind of what were we getting extra that was going to make it a higher quality financial audit?
I would defer to Ms. Davis, but I want to say this. I asked the same thing, And I was told that although we haven't used the particular companies in the district, we have two new individuals that came from other districts that have used the other firms. And based on their ability to rate on their own personal background on knowing the other firms, that's how we came up with a little different rating. And the person who, having the lowest bid not coming out on top.
Okay.
Because they all had previous experience in
Okay,
that.
so I was wondering, because they're the #2 school district audit company in the state of Texas.
Correct.
Which is why they're low bid, because they just do so many of these,
Correct.
for everybody. And the one we selected, you hear word on the street that they're a little slow sometimes on getting them back to some of the organizations. So that one kind
I
of.
think that was the
my-
feedback. So we were able to go with another company that they feel like can work just as well.
Yeah, sometimes sometimes it's good to give extra points because you worked with us before, because there's a benefit because you understand us. I'm not sure if financial audit's one of those things. Maybe sometimes I like a new fresh set of eyes, but, I'll just let this one go.
Yes, ma'am?
I had a question regarding this one too, and it really isn't a question. I'm sorry, just a real quick commentary about this particular one. We're going to be doing a lot of audits. You'll hear later that we'll do internal audits, and there'll be different audits on HR and so forth. And this is the annual external audit that we do
Required.
every year, required by law, that's very different from all of those other audits. So I wanted that distinction to be noted, that this is a compliance thing for us. And
You're absolutely correct.
we have to do it every year, so.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes I get the question that we over audit, and we really don't over audit. We just, we have to comply. This is a compliance thing. Any other questions regarding this one? Then I'll go ahead and move that we approve the ranking for request for proposal 23-01 annual financial audit. Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We're going to go ahead and move forward to the next one. Consider and take action approving the ranking of requests for proposal 22-43 for the medical third-party administrator and pharmacy benefit manager for the 2024 plan year.
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Ryan.
We have other questions. Okay. So medical insurance is a foreign language to retired military, because they just tell us what we're getting, and you get what you get, and you don't throw a fit. So I compared it to last year's, and so I was just trying to make sure I understood what the major differences were between what we had last year and how it's going to impact the employee. I get how it's going to impact the district. Those numbers made sense. But on the Plan 1 and Plan 2, do they get to pick between Plan 1 and Plan 2, the Lucent, either the Aetna Network or the Health Smart physicians?
Yes.
So they get to pick between those two. What I didn't understand is Plan 2, up here, I'll call it better, has much lower deductibles. Many of the things down below are the same, but it's cheaper. So I don't understand why it would be, for the employee, why is Plan 2 $642 for a family and Plan 1 is $934 when the deductibles are less on Plan 2?
In an
And the
effort-
out-of-pocket's less. I didn't get it.
In an effort to keep it brief, Plan 1 allows you to mirror the plan that a lot of people currently have. It gives you more discretion, or you have choice of where you want to go.
Okay.
But in Plan 2, you would go to specific areas, so they're able to control the cost, control the deductible, keep down the cost. So it's almost better if you follow that plan that you see in Plan 2 as opposed to Plan 1. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Davis, if I'm off, but I think that's the biggest. I'm sorry, Nicole.
okay.
That's it?
Yes, it is that. The Plan 1 with the Aetna Network has more choice for physicians and
Okay.
those sort of things because it's a broader network.
Okay.
However, Plan 2 with Health Smart, it's a little bit more limited.
Okay.
However, with that TPA Lucent, they work with you for whichever physician you would like to see as an employee.
Yeah.
And so that is a benefit, a definite benefit from compared to what we had this current year, who is no
Okay.
longer offering medical insurance anyways.
Okay, yeah, because to drop a family plan down to $642, I don't think there's teachers in this district that have seen that annual, premium in a very long time. some of these family premiums have been up in the thousands. And then really, I think the only other big difference I saw was just the copay on their primary care. That plan one, the plan one that most people are on right now with Humana had free with their primary care, and now it's going to be $30 each time they go. Am I
That's in
reading that
Plan
correct?
1 with the choice, but if you go to Lucent and you stick with it in Plan 2, I believe there's no copay.
So
It says
there
30.
are some enhanced benefits that you see up there.
I'm talking about for routine visits to the physician.
Yeah, both of them
Both
say
of them will be a
office
$30
visit
copay
PCP.
for a selected location. However, for the enhanced benefits that you see there, which we don't have as many of those in our current plans, we have the option for employees to go to urgent care at a specific location
Lucid.
called Next Level.
Okay.
Okay.
At zero
Okay.
deductible. Primary care and urgent care, there are also a diabetes program, there are surgical centers, and complex imaging that is also $0 deductible for the employees, which is not something that we have currently. And so if you go to an office visit or a specialist or a PCP that isn't in the Next Level primary care, urgent care, then you would pay a deductible as the 30
Okay.
or the 50.
Okay, so a lot of this plan is all about these partnerships within the community to provide this very close-knit network. And as long as you're willing to use that close-knit network and get your surgery and get everything from there, then all of a sudden your out-of-pockets are gonna shrink to here
Absolutely.
versus, where they were, and your premiums are gonna go down. So if you're willing to live within those parameters, this can be really good.
Again, I got to clarify, and what I heard when we went through the presentation, even if there's someone you're interested in, they're willing to entertain bringing that person into the system.
Okay.
So you're not always limited to just who they're directing. They can bring people in that you may be interested in as well.
Okay, to build the network.
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay. All right, no, sounds good. I just wanted to make sure everybody kind of got what the big changes were from an employee standpoint and I know the insurance committee did a lot of work putting this together and it's represented by employees and they all had their input. So, this, seems like it's going to save some people some money in their paycheck every month. So that makes me happy.
Ms. Stanford, did you have a question?
No.
No. I did want to add that I had the opportunity to serve on the insurance committee for the board. I actually purposely did not participate in any of the voting. I just was listening and observing. It was a very thorough process, and the insurance is very difficult right now. So, I mean, there was opportunity, I think, to do more, but we couldn't. So I guess that's the wrong word. There was a hopeful opportunity we could do more, but the realities are that we're restricted. Ms. Roberts and her team, they did a great job in trying to bring forth the best option for teachers. And of course, Alamo Insurance, our Brown & Brown, they're here as well, and they're great brokers in facilitating a lot of this detail. So I just know that there was a lot of good effort to get to this point. It obviously is on consent because we have to approve it. I appreciate the conversation on it, but naturally just know there was a lot of legwork from the administration to get to this point. So with that, are there any other questions regarding insurance? No? Okay, then I move that we approve the ranking for request for proposal 22-43 for the medical third-party administrator and the pharmacy benefit manager for 2024 plan year.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so letter K, consider and take action regarding approving the optional flexible school day program 23-24 application for Judson High School, Judson Learning Academy, Judson Early College Academy, Veterans Memorial High School, and Wagner High School.
Yes, sir. This is a program that we have to apply for each year for Judson and, for our district and for Judson High School, Judson Learning Academy, Judson Early College Academy, Veterans Memorial, and Wagner, to be able to have like a credit recovery after school, before school, and evening school, and on weekends as well. So we're just asking to do the same thing that we did last year and apply for the program.
Were there any questions regarding this one?
No, I think I mostly pulled this because the thing y'all are gonna sign specifically says we have to discuss this at a board meeting. It uses the word discuss, so I wanted to make sure we were discussing and knew, what this is. But, after you go to a JLA graduation and go to a JECA graduation, you understand why having alternative programs for certain kids is so important, and seeing the success, of those kids in all different environments, that I think this is a great thing for y'all to put forward in order to get that exception to have these programs.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other questions? Okay, then I move that we approve the flexible school day program, 23-24 application for the Judson High School, Judson Learning Academy, Judson Early College Academy, Venture Memorial High School, and Wagner High School. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ms. Kenoy did make it, she said aye. Any opposed? All right, we're down to our last two consent items. Consider and take action regarding approving Communities and Schools Service Delivery Agreement for the 23-24 school year. I pulled this particular item, and my direct question was in terms of data sharing, in terms of working with communities and schools. I wanted to know if Judson was actively participating with CIS to provide more information to the organization so they could better track the impact or work they're doing in our district. So I know that we're approving them for another year, but that's one potential opportunity I think that may exist if we have a stronger working relationship in sharing data and student data, so that students that they're providing services for, we can determine if it's helping move a student's presence on campus, their academic attainment levels, any of those things that would be part of the reason why we have them on campus. So I wanted to bring that up for some discussion.
I would just say that I believe that communities and schools are servicing our campuses, and we are seeing results. Now, if you were to look at the listing of schools that we have here, there are some that have higher levels of absenteeism that we could probably target than some of the schools. But I know that I just met the supervisor for the district. I think her name is Kim. She's going to be housed now over at Converse Elementary in a office there. So there'll be a little bit closer evaluation. We'll be able to monitor it for the year. We'll be able to determine whether or not it might be better to have two of the representatives at one location to improve student attendance rather than at some of the other facilities. So we'll just be watching it throughout the school year.
Well, and just keep in mind, I mean, I've heard some feedback. That feedback has been that access to information could be helpful, and that there's been some barrier to that access. So just putting it out
Understood.
there that there's a stronger collaboration, so that when we evaluate CIS in the spring, we know their impact. I'm sure they want to know their impact is making a difference. But we also, there are other choices in this community that we can partner with. I want to make sure that we are getting our return on investment with
Understood.
that. They're a great organization, so I think there's room for that.
Will do.
Were there any other questions on this one? Okay. Then I move that we approve the Communities and Schools Service Delivery Agreement for the 23-24 school year. Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. The letter M, consider and take action regarding the approving Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute for Texas Professional Services Agreement for the 23-24 school year. I just wanted, for community consumption, a better explanation on what that is. Talk a little bit about it.
Yes, sir. I'm going to allow Dr. Saunders to speak specifically to this and then just chime in after.
So this is an umbrella term, really, for several agencies that fall within the threshold of Meadows Mental Health. Clarity being one of those, Rise Recovery, Children's Bereavement Center. It's really an umbrella agency that allows us access to agencies that they work with as well. Currently, right now, Meadows Mental Health individuals are housed here at the ERC so that families, employees, students are able to access counseling services as needed. Yes, ma'am.
Are they gonna be a part of the wraparound services, or they're totally separate?
No, ma'am, they are part of the wraparound services, clearly because the facility's not ready. That's why they're housed here at the ERC.
Okay, so when we talked about this before, and you
Yes,
brought
ma'am.
up the point about the privacy and.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, makes great sense.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
My pleasure.
And this is our initial collaboration with them, or we've had them?
We've been with them.
For a little
Yes,
bit. How
no,
long?
we've been with them. And also, in addition to that, there are agencies, I wanted to bring this when you talked about communities and schools. Communities and schools also gives us a conduit to have access to agencies that they partner with as well.
Yes.
So it's really, it's a true safety net of agencies at our disposal through those two large umbrellas.
Which was part of the other question. Knowing that we are doing this and we're actively involved, we still have capacity to bring in additional partners with,
Oh, yes, yeah.
and so this doesn't have any exclusivity then?
No, none whatsoever.
Which is my concern. Okay. And does this extend to employees as well?
Yes.
And
So employees, students, and families see those service providers here at the ERC currently, but then the goal is for them to be housed at the wraparound center.
All right, that's all I have. Are there any other questions regarding this? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, so then I move that we approve Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute for Texas Professional Service Agreement for the 23-24 school year.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
A special parking spot.
Three chairs.
I had to pause on that one, Ms. Eden. Thank you. I hear you. So let's go ahead and move on to the action items discussed and possible action regarding the approval of the schematic design for the elementary school number 21.
Yes, sir. At this time, I'd ask them to come up.
Good evening, Mr. President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Fields. We're happy tonight to, really excited to present the schematic design for elementary school number 21. We have with us, this is Mr. Jerry Lammers with Alamo Architects, and of course, Miss Lindsay Opelt is here as well to kind of shore him up. But he's going to go ahead and present the information. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Well, thank you, Helen. Good evening, members of the board, Board President Macias, Dr. Fields. As Helen mentioned, we're here to show you the schematic design for elementary school number 21. So the things I'm going to talk about first is really I'm going to give you a quick summary of the process we went through to get to this point. I'm going to show you the site plan and the proposed floor plans, and then give you some initial ideas for the exterior design. So if you recall, the board approved the educational specs for this project at a previous board meeting. And that really set the size and what all of the rooms will be in this facility. We did that in cooperation with senior staff. Also did a design charrette where we talked about the goals and the visions for the school. The image you see in number 2 there is that's an image, an overhead view of what the design charrette was, where we're actually talking about how the school will function, what spaces will be adjacent to each other, that kind of thing. So we go over the whole vision for the school. The 3D image you see up in the right-hand corner, that is a 3D image of the program of the school that is modeled into 3D design. So the school will face Retama Parkway. I failed to mention that the school will be at the corner of Oakmont Bend and Retama Parkway. So like most schools, the admin will face the front. There will be a traditional academic wing, a gym and cafeteria, and then a library and innovation hub, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But the main focus of the school is that we'll be organized around a learning courtyard. So that adds an additional safety factor to those functions, and it also helps focus the school. So let me move forward. So the site plan as I said, the school will face Retama Parkway, which is the main street. The visitors and parent drop-off will be off of Retama as well. The visitors and parents will drive in. Parent drop-off will be in front of the school, that red circle there. You see it'll be the security vestibule check-in. And then off of Oakmont Bend will be the bus drop-off and bus loop, also staff parking. The school itself, as I said, is organized around a learning courtyard. In terms of school safety, there is a fencing along that separates the front of the school from the back. There's also secondary fencing on the courtyard itself. We're planning for future expansion, so if that happens, that will be planned in advance. If the school will need portables, that will also be planned in advance. Any questions on the site plan? Okay, on the first floor plan, as I mentioned, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, from Retama Parkway to come into, make that right turn to come in, and they're gonna go around the visitors' parking area, and the drop-off is right there before you get to that red circle that says.
That red circle, all along that wall is the drop-off, basically. So they will be able to line up multiple cars in a row and drop kids off.
Okay, now, you just mentioned what I want to know. Have you watched a couple of our schools dismiss? And
Yes.
Yeah. So, I just don't want it to end up with cars, on Retama Parkway like they are on Foster Road,
Yes.
trying to make a right to turn to get up to Pashaw. So how many cars are we talking?
Well, absolutely. So that big zag you see in the street, that's calculated by our civil engineer based on the population of the school. So I don't know the exact number of cars, but I can get that information for you. But based on an 800-student elementary school, they calculate how many cars. I can tell you that it's 1,154 feet. So that's how long that drive is.
I'm with Miss Eaton on that one, because we've got Wortham, and that's got a lot of, they're using 4 lanes to pick up and drop off, and they're still out on the street.
Yeah, we have 3, so we'll have 3 on, even with this configuration, so.
Oh, 3 that's 3
Yeah,
lines?
you can't tell at this scale, but there's actually 3 lanes that go through there. There's 2 drive lanes, and then there has to be a fire truck lane, too.
Oh, okay, because those pre-Kers and kindergartners are slow getting in the car. I mean, they can't help it, but they are. So, that's
Yes.
Wortham's got a slow lane and a fast lane where we barely stop, they just jump in.
And we can double check, and I can give you the actual numbers of cars. And if that needs to be made longer, we can adjust it, too.
Yeah, I mean, I would just hope that the engineers, maybe if they show up at one of our schools at pickup time, that they would see what the issue is, because that Retama Parkway, that's busier than Foster Road.
Not that part of it.
Yeah,
This is
is
the
at
part
the end.
beyond Lookout Road, as you're headed towards Nacogdoches. So you would cross Lookout Road, and then Retama continues back, and it's strictly housing back there. There's no businesses or anything.
Really?
There's one development back there.
I can
And
show
so
you
it's
that.
not nearly as busy as the part of Retama that goes in front of Retama Parkway.
Yeah, it's a dead end at that.
yeah.
Oh, okay,
Basically
okay.
at that point. Okay, other questions? All right, and then moving to the floor plan, again, you come in the main security vestibule, we have a community room on the left of it. You come into the lobby, you'll be able to either go, after check-in, you'll be able to go into the admin area. Let's see if I can get the mouse, there we go. So if you check in right here, you can go in the lobby, we have a community room here, you'll either be able to go directly in the cafeteria, and that's purposeful so that you have people who are going to the cafeteria, they won't have to go through the campus after they check in, they can go straight to the cafeteria. Moving to the left, you go down to the academic wing. It's organized around 3 collaborative spaces on each floor, similar to Wortham Oaks, but not so rigid. One of the problems with the pod schools is you have a limited number of classrooms around each of those pods. And in this school, it's more flexible. So if you have, as you often do, you might have 4 grade levels at second graders and you have 6 at third graders. That can be adjusted in those collaborative spaces. And then moving down the academic wing, we're going to have a learning stair that leads you up to the 2nd floor. and then the library suite here. And this is, all of this together is what we're calling the Innovation Hub. So we've pulled a large classroom, the maker space, art, music, the science, and the computers, and co-located them so that they could work on projects together. You can have project-based learning where it might be a music and a science, or it might be an art and a math. So all of those teachers can collaborate in that area if they have that opportunity, I mean. And in the makerspace, it will have overhead doors that can open up, and so it will just, you'll have the opportunity to be completely open, or it can close, and if you need that acoustic privacy. And then if I go back to the cafeteria, when we move into the cafeteria, between the gym and the cafeteria will be a folding partition that they'll be able to open. So if they're having a Christmas event or an after-school event, you'll have access to this whole area right here. And there'll be, of course, doors out to the courtyard as well, so they can have all of this space. Now, I mentioned the courtyard, but I haven't talked about it much. And one of the things that
Me too.
was a
Could you clarify, we're kind of confused. Is this a continuously connected building? It looks like it's split.
It's split right here, but it's got a covered walk that connects it from here to there. Does that answer your question? Oh, you mean here?
Yeah, down below too.
Yeah, no, this is an exterior space, so you can come through here and then you go over there. There's a secondary fence right here. So this is an exterior stair and an outdoor classroom space, basically. That's what it is, or collaborative space. So when they're doing small kid or pre-K functions, they can use that. It's covered. The second floor runs over it, so it's like a bridge, if you can imagine, with a classroom, outdoor classroom underneath it.
So they're split.
That's correct.
How many split buildings are there?
No, I mean,
Two?
this is continuous. Let me show you the second floor. So the second floor, it goes continuous, if that makes sense. So the second floor bridges over the first floor.
Okay.
And I'll go.
It serves as the cover.
Yes,
between
it's
the-
exactly right. It's
Okay.
like,
Like a
the second
breezeway.
floor bridging over provides the shade and the weather protection for the first floor. But this, there's a wall here, but it's open to the courtyard.
You're just gonna, okay, so from the security vestibule where the students are coming in the front, show me where a random fourth grader who's going up to a classroom on the second floor, can you show me how they're getting from the front door to their classroom? 'Cause
Yeah, they
I'm a little
come
confused.
down here, and this space is going to be enclosed.
Outside.
It originally was outside, but now we're enclosing it, so it will be enclosed. Down this will be a corridor right here. Oh, wait, I can't do the mouse, so. Yeah, then they'll come here. If they're on the second floor, they go up the stairs, and then they find their
across.
classroom.
Okay, but otherwise to get to these first floor classrooms on the right, they're gonna walk down. Is this another covered corridor
Yeah, this is
north
all,
of the
in-
pre-K or between the pre-K and the CRs?
so this is all enclosed here, then you walk outdoors and you walk back indoors there. Is that the question?
to
But
get to
it's-
those
But it's enclosed, I mean,
rooms.
they can't, I mean, there's a fence here, you can see it. So you can walk through here and then,
Doesn't that mess with air conditioning?
But those are also the higher grade levels.
yeah.
Down there.
And this is upper grade levels on the second floor, so this is third, fourth, fifth.
So if you wanted to go from the lobby to the library, what's the shortest route?
It's straight like this, so you can go through the entryway, you get checked in, you can go straight.
Are you outside there?
You're outside right here under a cover.
Okay. This is a covered sidewalk.
Yeah, you can just barely make out, there's columns there.
Well, you still gotta come over here and come down the stairs.
No, is there an entryway where your little hand is?
Yes, I'm sorry?
Is there an you're a little mouse. Could you get to the library again from the lobby?
From the lobby?
From the lobby, how do you get to the library?
You walk straight down here, and then you go right there. That's one path. Or you can come here and go through here, if you want to stay indoors. Or you can come through the courtyard and cut across and get there. So there's multiple options.
Okay, but some of them are covered, outdoor covered.
Absolutely, yeah, and in fact, you can go all the way there enclosed if you go through the academic wing.
Like here.
I know this is kind of pestery, but where are the restrooms at?
So we don't have any, no, I'm just kidding.
I mean,
Good question. So pre-K has all their own restrooms, of course, and then these gray areas you see here, those are restroom banks. So there's a set here for this wing, there's a set here, a set here, a set here, and then in the cafeteria, there's a set right there. So each zone, each module has their own set of restrooms.
Obviously, this is the first time we're looking at it as well.
Absolutely.
And so obviously concerns on safety and everything else that we're real highly sensitive to
Yes.
are probably the nature of why you're getting some of these questions. But as long as you're good with it, and go ahead, Ms. Ryan.
Okay, so the goal is to because kids are gonna have to go over to the library, the doors within here, within these buildings are gonna remain unlocked because we don't have kids with badges. So if Sally's going over to the library and has to go through this exterior collaboration area, these doors at the bottom are gonna, right there, those doors are never gonna be locked because students have to go through there at all times. The goal is to secure the outside perimeter so that everything inside of here is open.
Correct, and we have a fencing here, and we can add a gate here if that's the concern. But not only do you have the perimeter fencing, which this is behind, but the courtyard itself has a secondary fence as well. So there's a fence here, as I said, and then there's a secondary fence that you can see right here.
I guess my concern is not keeping people out now. Now my question is, how do we get out? How do we get out when there's a fire, and where's the fire drill places? Throwing kids over fences was always the plan, but I can't throw them over a really big fence.
When I say fence, it's not a chain link fence or anything like that. It'll be a decorative fence, and it'll function the exact same as a door. So in a case of a fire, you'll be able to hit a crash bar just like the one behind Mr. Guidry, and it'll open.
I can name that I've been in a school that's designed very similarly to this, and the fence, I'm assuming that he's talking about, actually goes floor to the ceiling of the second floor, and then it has like a door gate kind of thing in it for emergency, but that is locked very securely,
And the second floor is really just, in terms of the classroom layout, is the same as the first, and it's for the upper grades. And as I mentioned earlier, this is a learning stair that leads down to the library. All right. And then our initial ideas for the exterior design, this is from Retama Parkway. Using mostly brick and natural colors, some highlights. This is highlighting the community room, a covered area that comes out to the curb, and then this covered area all along the admin wing, which is what this is, which is where kids can wait to be picked up, or they'll wait in groups with their teachers typically. This opens up to the second floor collaborative area, but generally mostly brick, metal panel, and stucco building in natural colors. And then looking in the courtyard, this is from the pre-K area. If we're looking back towards the library, we felt like the innovation hub needed to be highlighted in a special color, again using natural colors. You can see the covered walk connections now. And then at the back, there's an outdoor classroom that will have a shade structure over it to protect the kids during the summer. You can kind of see on the right that outdoor classroom space with the stair leading up to the second floor. And that's really what we have to show you today. So, any other questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
I will say I'm excited that you're doing the project. I mean, obviously, at some point, we were cookie-cutting. That's why Copperfield looks the same like another campus, and so it's good to have a different design, and I'm impressed so far, so thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Ryan?
Just one other thing on the first floor. I think I wish I looked at the size of the parent room, if that is to scale. right next to reception, that little parent room. I wish we would have designed a better PTO workroom type thing, only because, some people, when we open a new school and there's lots of open rooms, all of a sudden you get really spoiled. Like Wortham, we took over an entire room, a whole classroom, and PTO got to own that for years and do all sorts of cool things. And then all of a sudden you had 900 kids, and all of a sudden all you had was one little room. So, not much we can do there, but hopefully whoever the new principal, maybe they'll get blessed that before it fills up, some of these other conference rooms and flex spaces will be able to be used as community and parent engagement areas, so we can welcome everybody on campus and give them a place to work too and feel welcome.
And we do have a community room right off the lobby too. So that's new, or an extra room that the other schools don't have. That is, as soon as you come off the main lobby, that community room will be towards the left.
Cool, thank you.
One more question.
Sure.
Can you show me where the teachers lounge, or where they can go and have lunch?
It's right
Where they really
in
sit
the upper
down?
left-hand corner.
Oh, there,
See
okay.
teachers dining, and that's close, but not in the cafeteria, if you will, so, All right, well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I move that we approve the schematic design for elementary school number 21 as presented.
All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Letter B, discuss and possible action regarding the approval of safety and security device service related to the bond 2022. Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We said that we would bring all of the Bond 22 items to the board. This is so we can receive services for the radios that we approved last time. The service for us to be able to receive it has to be approved by the Alamo Area Regional Radio Systems. And they should do that in early August by you guys approving this tonight. Once we're approved for this service through our new radios, we'll be able to purchase the services for a 5-year term. So we're just asking for the approval to move forward to be able to get that done once we're approved for being able to buy the Alamo Area Regional Radio Systems.
So, can I just ask a quick?
Yes, ma'am.
So they did, because, where's Chief? Chief, yeah. So they did approve us to be able to do the 5-year deal and not have to do that every year thing?
Correct.
Oh, yes, yes. Okay, sorry, got a little excited. Saving money, saving money.
She says.
Are there any questions on this particular item?
I always have one. Did Dr. Gosh go try it in the dead center of Veterans Memorial High School and it works?
That is what they tell us.
Okay. Awesome. This is the best coverage you can get, right? The most, I know it won't be perfect, but this is the closest to the best plan we can cover our district with.
I'm not confident that we were approved for the 5-year. I just want to be factual on record. But whether we go for 1 year or the 5-year, once we're approved to get the service, then that's what we'll get. If we can get the 5-year, we're going to do that, definitely. But if we have to go with the 1 year, we'll probably go ahead and purchase it through them as well. But this will allow us to move forward.
Then I'll go ahead and make the motion that we approve the safety and security service device services related to the bond 2022.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. All right. Letter C, consider and take possible action regarding the selection of a delegate and an alternate delegate to the 2023 TASBY Delegate Assembly. So at this point, is there anyone interested in serving as a delegate for our conference? I know who has served as delegates. Ms. Canoyer, have you? And so has Ms. Rodriguez.
I've done it.
You've done it as well? I would say that if you guys are okay, not mean it, I'll give it to the new folks here. They can go to that particular session. So, Ms. Ryan, Ms. Stanford, you two look like they're going to be nominated as our delegate. Who wants to be the primary and who wants to be alternate?
I will do it,
You'll do it?
Let them enjoy their first conference.
Then, thank you, Ms. Canoyer. And, okay. You know, sometimes we got to throw board members into it, so, but that's fine. Thank you. Then, at this point, then, thank you, Ms. Canoyer, for accepting the delegate and the alternate. And so then, I'll make the motion. I move that we appoint Ms. Suzanne Canoyer as our delegate for TASBY, for the, hold on, the delegate assembly, and our alternate would be Ms. Eden, Deborah Eden. Yeah, we have to take action. Can I have a second? Second. All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, good. And then our last item for discussion and action, it's consider and take possible action regarding the endorsement of candidate for the Texas Association of School Boards, TASBY Board of Directors. And we have two candidates to consider. Just one?
It's just the
Oh,
one.
it's just Ms. Smith. I thought I saw two.
Rolinda.
There are two names.
I personally would like to see Ms. Schmidt continue. She's done a great job for us so far.
Is she the one from Corman?
Yes.
And just to put the discussion out there, Dr. Carol Harrell, I believe, she's a trustee from Northside. Ms. Smith has had the ability to do that for many years, and she's done fine, but I was like somebody from San Antonio. So Northside ISD is San Antonio, it's not Kerrville, and so I'm a little partial to Dr. Harrell, as our representative. But again, I'm not going to lose any sleep on it. That's just my 2 cents on that. So, Ms. Cooner, if you would like to make Ms. Smith make the motion, and we'll figure out who has the votes for that.
I move that we approve Ms. Schmidt to continue as, to endorse Ms. Schmidt as our candidate for the TASB Board of Directors.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor for Ms. Smith, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And all opposed. So she carries 5-2. Okay.
5-2.
Yeah, we'll move forward. So now we're at the discussion items, and so the first report we'll hear is from the Education Foundation for the first and second quarter.
Yes, sir. I believe Ms. Greathouse will come up and give us a brief report on the funds for the first and second quarter.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Hi. So I am here to present on the first and second quarter of the foundation. We have had a fabulous, I guess, half of year. I will not go over in details of all of our numbers. The community and you guys have that in front of you. We have had some great events in the first and second quarter. Of course, our gala at the very beginning of the year, and our second biggest one is our golf tournament that we just had. It was a fantastic event to kind of bring in our community members, and Mr. Pat McMahon, who is our Jeff Golf Chair, is here as well, so very appreciative to him. The last thing that we had was not a fundraiser, but more of a community event for our students, was our Circle of Excellence. We do have some things coming up soon that I want to remind you guys. If you have any kind of interest in becoming more acquainted with that, just let me know. We have our eGive campaign that we ask all of our employees for a small donation on their monthly paychecks towards the foundation. Then they get a little shirt and a sticker. It's always fun to have. Our top donor reception, we will have that at our next, y'all's next board meeting in August. We'll have that reception before the meeting, and then we'll recognize them at a state recognition during the event, during the board meeting. Our United Way campaign this year, the foundation is an agency listed as a United Way campaign, and so we will run that campaign as a district in October. We will have our Wobble and Gobble 5K and Thanksgiving feast, tentative date in November. Yes, Miss Eaton is always our fun mascot during that event. And a tentative date for another event is our Jingle Ball Jamboree on December 9th. I do want to say that the foundation has been hard at work this summer too. We had a training at the end of the month, kind of going over our mission and vision and our bylaws and our event ROIs as well. So these events might change just depending on what the foundation decides to move forward to maximize the potential of our board members and the mission for the foundation. So we will keep you up to date with all of those events. I did want to share, sorry, I had one more thing in my mind. I did want to share a fantastic video that the communications department created as a little recap from our golf tournament. You know, guys, I always have to bring like fun videos to you. So here we go. Best shot. So that is just a little recap of the event. Again, I just want to thank our golf chair, Pat McMahon, and the Jeff board and the Judson ISD board for the support to the foundation that you guys give us every year. And I'm here if y'all have any additional questions or if y'all would like to participate in anything that's going on with the foundation, just let me know. Thank you, guys.
Are there any questions for Ms. Greathouse? Thank you, Lexi. Continue doing a good job.
Thank you, sir.
Next agenda item is a discussion of the internal audit request, and that's something, Dr. Phillips, you want to?
Yes, sir. I
mention
wanted to
something?
just bring it up and let everyone know that the bid is open right now, and it closes on the 31st of July. So we'll be asking all of the board members to score, make their selection around the first week of August. And we'll ask all the members to review the bids and then complete the scorecards, and then we'll come back in the next board meeting and say, this is what we're recommending.
Well, and we may interject an opportunity to interview, but one thing I will say too, and why it's on the agenda, we do not have a current internal audit committee. I'm the
Correct.
only person on that committee right now. So later on this agenda, we will staff that committee so that they can also entertain and present the possibility to all of us who to interview, or we'll interview all of them. And the other thing to state is that we do have funding allocated for us to hire an employee, but once we have a committee, we look at the initial idea to contract some of the initial work. We still can look at the possibility of hiring an employee and discuss that merit, because we haven't yet really interviewed one to kind of discuss what direction we want to go. So those are the things that I see happening, but honestly, the internal audit committee has to play a role in that process, and we've not had that active for the last several months since the election.
I can tell you what we did was we looked at the candidates that had applied. We didn't feel like one was one that we wanted to present to the board. You're free to give us whatever recommendation you'd like. But we felt like if we went out with a firm, and that's why we have the bid out now, it'll close around the 31st. And if you have a group that can come in and do specific ones, at least just for the year, then that'll give us the footing to maybe go out and target someone.
And that would be the expectation in terms of we would bring someone to consult with. You're right, the caliber of candidate may not meet our needs, but I will caution, because we've talked a little bit about this in the past. The reason why it's important to have an employee eventually is for consistency. And, you know, if we as a board incorporate consulting services, we may do it for the next year or two, but then there'll be drop-off potentially. And so I'm trying to work with the process to have some sustainability with the process. So every year, the board can ask for an internal audit scope, some work, and focus. And that way it doesn't drop off, because we've been doing this for a while, Dr. Fields. Since you were principal at Wagner, we've been doing this.
Yes, sir.
So anyway, that's the update. Thank you for that, and more to come on that.
Yes, sir.
As we go forward. Are there comments or questions regarding this item?
How many committee members does it need?
We're going to, when we get to that item, it'll be 3, total of 3. Yeah, we cannot have a quorum of board members on one committee. Okay, so we'll go ahead and move on if there's no additional questions regarding that item. We'll move on to letter C, discussion, formation of a board committee of community relations. And I know that you brought this to the agenda, Ms. Stanford, so I'll give you the floor at this point to talk about this.
Okay. I was considering this as a means of keeping in better contact with our community where they feel we're more accessible and they have the ability to ask questions directly and communicate directly with the board in particular, but also the staff. Southside Independent School District does a town hall quarterly, and they've done it for 2 years. And I talked to one of their board members that's involved in it, and the board does it in conjunction with the district. And she said it's well-attended, and they don't spend a lot on refreshments, so it's not a high-cost event, but they do offer accessibilities to the community, and that's something that I heard a lot about from people, that they just don't feel that they can access us very easily. So it's just a way of reaching out to the community and improving, I feel, community relations. And I envision PTOs being able to come together to communicate all together, other committees coming together to update each other. So it's just a community outreach, a community effort. So that was what I was envisioning. It's just something to put forward to the community for more accessibility and communication.
And this is on the agenda because our board policy mandates that we bring to the agenda for board approval the creation of committees. And so when Ms. Stanford put this on the agenda, I did talk to her briefly about the intent and so forth. One thing that I will say is that the ability for us to continue to build inroads with our community and have efforts to reach out are important. So the premise of the intent of the committee is strong. What I think it may need is a very clear delineation of what board governance role it would have, so that we are in compliance with governance and not going into administrative territory. And so I'm at a point where I would like to see a little more depth from that committee. I wouldn't want you to do that work by yourself. I would like you to have other members on this board working with you and our administration to create that process if it goes forward, or if the board says that step is appropriate. But in this day and age, we're looking to create stronger synergy with communicating with all stakeholders. And I get the sense of the more open we are, the more we will talk with business leaders, we'll talk with parents, we'll talk with everyone in the community about their hopes, their fears, their aspirations, but more importantly, how can they help us as a district move forward? And I think ultimately, if we get those type of deliverables, that would be great. And on the other note, I did speak with SAISD. They're doing something very similar because they're looking to potentially close schools. So they're doing outreach now in that capacity, but they do have a blend of administration leading that effort. The board is present. So I think there's still some things to work through on that. So I just wanted to kind of put that sensibility out and to get some additional feedback from colleagues. If we're okay with the step forward to just see if it's possible to create a committee that falls in line, or if there's just no desire from this board to see a committee from that. That's really the question. So I'll open it up for any question. Ms. Rodriguez.
So, yes, I agree that we can be doing a lot more to reach out to the community and create events. I'm curious if a committee is the right vehicle for that, because I think we're limited on the number of people who can be on a committee so that we're not having a quorum. And I think that community relations is something we should all work on. But I could see the purpose of a committee if the committee is like saying, okay, here are the events that we want to propose to the board or things like that. And so I think like, is that, Mr. Macias, what you were saying, and like seeing that fleshed out and more? I think before I could make a decision on this particular item, I would want to hear what's happening in item E, so that we're not having too many committees, because I think then that makes it difficult to like add our capacity to everything that we want to make sure that we're doing. So that's my personal take on it. But I definitely like see the need, and I think we could do it with our committee. We could also do it outside of the committee structure.
Is there any other input? Ms. Eden?
I like the concept. I need clarification on the concept, because if we do it as a committee, like Jennifer just said, it limits to just 3 of us being able to attend. And if that's the case, then what happens to people from other districts? Or even though you serve in a large district, I serve District 3. So what happens if I'm not on the committee? Then, how do I get direct feedback from my people in my area about their concerns that I need to hear? Or because trust me, they reach out. Yeah. They reach out. I have no problems. People have no problems reaching me. So I would like to see maybe take a look at the agenda. You said they do it quarterly. Do they have one coming up? Do you happen to know?
September.
September? I would like to take a peek at that, or at least the agenda. And is the whole board there, or what?
And they do it in conjunction with the district staff, so they coordinate together. But it's an open meeting.
So is the whole board there?
Sounded like it. She
Well,
didn't say.
that would be a clarification point.
Yeah.
Remember, we're talking about structuring the committee, what that would look like.
Right.
Because that would have to come back to us as a board to say, how do we handle
Because we
these
would
town
have to
halls?
post it and.
Right, exactly. So that's what I thought the committee would do, is help coordinate and organize and plan the events. But I believe the intention was for the board to attend the events to be accessible to the community, to all the community. So I'll get back with her and just see how they handle attendance.
Okay, thank you.
I can tell you the other aspect of this that I think is important is that we as elected officials can do exactly what Ms. Stanford wants to do, especially as the at-large rep. She can go anywhere and say, so she could do that. But there is a political element to it. And so we need to take that lens off and make it part of our Judson ISD structure.
Yeah.
It's a community Judson ISD mechanism where we're recording minutes, we're getting feedback. There's a process that I think can be very valuable for that outreach if we structure it correctly. And I'm by no means, Ms. Stanford, I'm not ready to support that, but if we come back and we give time for that information to be fleshed out, I'm not hearing that we're going to kill the idea, but we need more information. And Ms. Ryan has the floor. What do you need?
Sorry, hold on. I'm listening to all these great ideas. Let me see if I can mash this all up here. Maybe it's not a town hall committee. Maybe where I see Ms. Rodriguez going with this is maybe a community engagement committee on the board that more integrates all of the things we're doing. And maybe we're asking Dr. Field to do some town halls. Maybe we're bringing growth and planning back with some new mission. Maybe we're having our PTO meetings that we used to do with all the PTO boards, and there's lots of ways to engage the community, and maybe that board committee is helping track all the different community engagements we're doing across all things, and town halls are just one of those many things. And then they help coordinate who's doing what. So if we're gonna have a town hall over in one area, well, which 3 board members are gonna go to that? And which up to 3 board members maybe are going to the PTO coffee that they have some Saturday morning, and they can help deconflict and make sure everything's covered and we're all representing our districts in all of these different events. And it's more of a coordination committee versus letting district run things like town halls, because we're not here every day to work, but you're here, to help organize things. Maybe might be a good mashup of everybody's ideas down the line.
Yeah, the town hall was just one example of an event.
Well, for the sake of moving the item on, it's a discussion item because we're not ready to take action. We need some feedback from the board. We've given some additional feedback. I will ask if there are any colleagues that will want to join you in structuring it, or with Dr. Fields and talking with you a little more on how it could go as we go forward, and we may bring this back up so that we can kind of consider what it would look like. Because again, I think we can't over-communicate. There's so many folks that we need to continue to build collaboratives with in the community. So it's important that we do that. And I guess not make it political. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that there are several things that we do already in terms of trying to glean community, student, and teacher, staff involvement. And going forward, we even spoke today, Mr. Guidry is going to embark on taking on, attendance lines, which we all know is a huge deal. I don't want to mix up trying to join what you guys are doing with what we're trying to put together and then come back and present to the board. So we're here to support you. It's just that when we start bringing in town halls and community events to determine what are the new middle school attendance lines going to look like? What are the new elementary 21 attendance lines going to look like? How is that going to affect our current schools? Those are things that we may have to do a growth and planning committee for. We already secured, or we're trying to secure, Templeton demographics again, to have them come in and look at some of the areas. That'll be a process as well. Again, we stand ready to support you in any way possible. It's just that I kind of want to keep those separate.
Well, in working with board, we could make sure that happens. I mean, we don't have to do a town hall twice a year maybe. I mean, we don't have to do it all the time. But again, we'll continue to move forward with this, Ms. Stanford, and we'll get to some idea if this will work. So thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. So the next item on the agenda is discuss HR report, recruitment and retention, and that's Ms. Stanford.
Had to change my count. I was just reviewing the HR report from the last 2 months, and noticed that we lost about 23 teachers with 10 or more years of experience, and about 12 teachers with 5 to 9 years of experience, which was just, I wasn't happy to see that. I know it's common for teachers to leave. I know it's common to lose teachers, but I'm really interested in teacher retention and how can we keep our experienced teachers? Usually they want to stay. And I'm looking for how we can intercept that intention to leave. Maybe it's a change of the climate or the culture, like you've said, Dr. Fields. But that was just concerning. I don't know if anyone else noticed how many teachers over 10 years we lost. So it's a concern of mine, so I wanted to point that out. I also wanted to ask about our transfer pool. When teachers want to transfer to another school, how's that pool managed? How are the requests made? How many requests have been made? How many requests have been granted? And how many left after having made a transfer request? I'm wondering how that transfer pool works, how effective it is, and if we lose teachers through that process, and if we could look into that.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like for Dr. Taganon to speak on the transfer request policy that we have for the district. I know that one of the areas on there is for a person to put down, what school they're coming from and where they would like to go. So oftentimes it puts them at an advantage. If I'm an English teacher and I put on in March that I'm interested in going to Veterans Memorial, and Veterans Memorial has an opening in English and they see me on the transfer list, they don't have to wait for a job fair or anything. They can just contact me on the phone because they know that I'm interested. I can tell you that one of the policies in the district, though, is that after a certain point, if you're not on the transfer list, then you can't transfer. Oftentimes, people do want to go to a different campus, and they'll put down a specific campus that they want to go to, but if they don't get that campus, they're not looking to go everywhere. Dr. Taganon, you want to add to that?
Yes, sure. The transfer list opens for just a particular amount of time throughout the year. So for example, this year, it opened on March 30th, and then it closed on May 26th. So it's open for about 2 months for teachers, nurses, librarians, counselors, academic trainers, and paraprofessionals to voluntarily put their names on the list. And so I know one of the concerns was, do we make, or can people be forced to be put on a transfer list? It's all voluntary. So teachers who want to request a transfer are able to do so during that window. They are asked to put their assignment preference. They can put a campus preference. They list their certifications and such. So a principal can contact those individuals. They can interview and such, and they can submit a recommendation for those individuals, and then that process to complete that transfer is completed by HR. So that's basically the process of the opening of the transfer list, and then how people get selected, is principals are able to review that list once it's open. They get a weekly report from the Human Resources Department to update how many more teachers have been put on that list, or have been placed, or, I'm sorry, requesting a transfer request. As of the May 26th deadline, there were 152 teachers on the transfer list, which included counselors, nurses, librarians, and et cetera. As of June 6th, 34 teachers accepted a transfer. 1 teacher took their name off of the list. And I think those were the questions you asked out loud. Can I clarify any other concerns or questions?
Then do they stay on the list? If they don't get the transfer they want, then their name just stays in there, or do you wipe the list?
So the list is updated, so if they have accepted a transfer, then they're highlighted in red so that other principals know that that person is not available.
Okay.
And then a new list starts the next year, correct?
Yes.
I think that's where she was headed.
Okay, yes. They are not on the list. It doesn't continue over.
Okay, so
into the next year. That's correct.
Okay. Okay, do you have any idea of how many put in for a transfer and then ended up leaving our district?
I did take a look at our latest personnel report for this month that you guys received as well, and compared it to the transfer list, and I counted about 12.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I did have one other question. Did you want to say something about the?
Yeah, about the transfers,
Yeah.
just since we're on that topic.
Yeah.
The effectiveness of the transfer list, we've been doing it for a long time, right? It's just part of our culture. I guess I'll just be candid, but there's been some input from teachers that list is sort of not perceived in a positive light. It's perceived as potentially employees that may be having challenges on campuses, and so they're not like the ideal candidate, supposedly. Again, this is perception. You can go and ask and find out yourself, but this is the input that I'm getting. So what it tells me is that transfer list may not be as looked at without bias. There may be a bias in that list, and why, if you have 152 people saying we want to leave and only 34 were accepted, those percentages are low. And the intention is to keep teachers in the district. They're willing to work and stay, but right now your count is 12. Obviously, we would need to get a much more accurate count on that. But if we're losing teachers that could have easily gone somewhere, I guess the question, and I don't know the answer, but the question would be, do we need a transfer list? Would we want then teachers to just apply for vacancies? Go just like anything else, because what I'd like to ensure is that they're getting interviews. Because if there's a bias and they see them on the list, they're not even being interviewed, they're just like, oh, there's this perception. So if they're interviewed, all of a sudden the principal has to make a decision, hey, this might be somebody I could work with. Because sometimes teachers transfer for a lot of reasons. One of them, we can be real, they may not mesh well with the leadership on the campus. Doesn't mean they're bad employees. But I want the transfer list to diminish, because in the past I've asked for these reports and I thought it was indicative of people wanting to jump ship. It's because they're having problems with leadership on campus, which again means, do we give more professional development for leadership on that campus? Because again, I'm also committed to keeping principals in place to make them stronger leaders. So the answer isn't to rotate a principal out just because they had 100 people transfer. So all of this stuff now falls under your area, because those are things that I've asked for in the past. And were you surprised with anything I just mentioned to you?
Surprised?
Yeah.
No, I don't think I
Okay.
am surprised. I can tell you that definitely the process needs to be looked at. Improvements definitely can be made to be streamlined. I can also tell you that you are right. There are many different reasons why a teacher would be put on or would request a transfer. Some could be, I'm not meshing with the current administration. Some could be that I want to be closer to my house. They need a change. Many, many different reasons. We unfortunately do not ask teachers on that transfer request submission the reason why they're asking. In addition, we do not allow teachers who are on growth plans to be placed on the transfer list. And so hopefully that helps with that kind of negative connotation. We certainly don't want the perception of somebody being on a transfer list to indicate that they are not a good employee or a good teacher. And so definitely the points that you're making are things that we are going to look at going forward to make sure that, you know, our process is more consistent and more fair, because, yeah, we want to make sure that we keep our teachers.
Well, and if we have the 152, and once you do the real thorough analysis, and you find out, I mean, we have need in this district. It's
Yes.
not like we're not looking for teachers.
Right.
Most of these folks, I would assume, are certified teachers and can teach in that grade. That being said, were any of these transfers non-certified? Were
would
these
have to take-
DOI people that I
I
think?
don't believe we allow DOI teachers to place
So,
themselves
so
on
they
the
were
transfer
all
list.
certified, meaning we already have a shortage of teachers in the classroom. So honoring the transfer somewhere should have been easy, because there was room in the district. But yet, we only accepted 34. So that's why I say, Dr. Fields, there is definitely room for improving this for retention purposes, because we shouldn't be losing anybody on that transfer list. And it's just time to be very real about that narrative out there. They can't be looked like, there can't be biases in that process. And no one's going to say it, but we can talk about it here, because this is a safe environment to talk about it. But Anyway, that's just my 2 cents. I'm sorry. Ms. Rodriguez.
So I will name too that sometimes like a teacher who puts in for a transfer only wants one specific campus and there may not be a vacancy that matches. So that is often, I think, the case with a lot of those teachers. One thing I am curious about, Dr. Taganod, is do we do a hiring fair for transfers where like they can just transfer candidates can go and speak to different campuses?
We do not have a transfer list fair, but in reviewing all of this and just listening to all of the feedback and already having a plan to revisit what this is actually going to look like next year, that is something that we would consider doing if we continue to do this particular process, for sure.
Thank you.
And that would also, help with everybody can be interviewed and that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Ms. Knoyer.
I think there are some assumptions here that might not be well-founded. You're hearing perhaps what teachers are saying, their perception of the transfer list is. But we have some people who are former principals here. Is that what your perception was, that you wouldn't take somebody from a transfer list because they're, bad apples?
Two things.
Because I saw your face.
Yes, two things. I'm a transfer list teacher.
Me too.
When I was at Woodlake Hills Middle School and I had my son and I knew I wanted to move my career forward, I needed to have experiences other than middle school. So I got on the transfer list, I interviewed, I was hired at Olympia. One of the benefits of the transfer list that we haven't mentioned here is it is an inside peek for our employees and administrators before jobs are ever posted. So for example, if you think about the timeline of the way things roll out, we're talking about staffing and allocations in February. Teachers are submitting retirement paperwork in February and March, and then the transfer list opens. That's not by happenstance. It's designed that way so that individuals who are looking for a change and have committed to Judson ISD have an opportunity to be looked at first before there's ever a job posting that happens. I think that's incredibly important to say. And sometimes on that transfer list, it is so specific as to what they're looking for that it doesn't necessarily, there may be a vacancy on your campus, but it doesn't mean that a person who's on the transfer list is suited for that, all right? It's about matching up several different pieces. Another piece that we talk about is as campuses become hubs of innovation, not all teachers are down for a year-round calendar. And so they may join the transfer list because that doesn't fit their family capacity. Maybe it's project-based learning, and I've been teaching for 30 years, and I'm not interested in learning, my last 3 or 4 years about how to implement technology necessarily into the classroom, and so I'm looking for a change. There's a lot of nuances there that we have to be very, very careful about. As a campus principal, my go-to is always the transfer list, because I don't have to spend time indoctrinating people into Judson ISD. They already know. And honestly, I value the input I would get from fellow principals more than a reference call I'm making to SAISD. So I agree wholeheartedly. I think we should be very cautious about just painting it with a broad brush, because I think there's a lot of nuances there. And I think it really does help a lot of people decide to stay in Judson ISD.
Thanks, that was my intention also. I'm also a transfer list teacher. There had been changes at the campus where I was in the administration, and we had different visions. And I'm not gonna fight with a principal about their vision and mine. So I moved on. I also had an opportunity to move to a different grade level band. So moving from elementary to middle school, because I wanted that experience focusing on one subject. So there are lots of reasons why people want to transfer. And as you said, there's not always a guaranteed opening. If I'm a third grade teacher and all I want to teach is third grade at Wortham Oaks and they don't have an opening there, then I'm not going anywhere. But teachers know that a transfer list is not a guarantee, right? So this is a wish. I wish to do this. It's not a guarantee that there's going to be an opening at a place that they want. They put themselves on the transfer list. They should reach out to the campus that they're interested in and say, hey, I'm willing to do this, this, or this. Please look at me for an interview. It's just like interviewing for any other position, like when you first come to Judson. But I agree that keeping teachers who are already in Judson would be a priority for me as a principal, because the training that we invest in our employees, it makes no sense to say, oh, they're on the transfer list, I'm not going to look at them, I want somebody that's new to Judson. So I think we just need to be really careful about how we talk about that perception.
I just want to chime in real quick. I agree wholeheartedly, Ms. Canoyer, but one of the things that did come up tonight that I loved is the idea of a transfer fair.
Oh, I think that's a great idea.
I mean, that is ingenious. We could bring everybody in, have them go around just like we would a job fair, and then do that first. That way they get pick of the litter, really. But it concerns me if we're saying that everyone on the transfer list has to be appointed somewhere else. Because oftentimes, I want to articulate this the right way, not everyone who needs some coaching is on a growth plan, but there still may be a need for coaching there. And a lot of times, just like when we do our rubric for people who have worked with our district before, that can sometimes help you a great deal. And other times, it might not be so advantageous, because now I can pick up the phone and call one of the other principals and say, hey, you know, and if they give me a feedback that's less than what I would assume, and that's what we go by in terms of references when we hire people, then that might not be someone we pick. That's where you're talking about the stigma. But I can tell you, as a principal for 8 years in the district, I hired well over 60 people off the transfer list. And I know for a fact that we have some teachers in this district, if they even put their names on that transfer list, they would be kicking down doors to get to them. That's you, Mr. Fenolio, if you're listening. So.
And for that matter, as a principal, you're looking at what's the right fit. You don't want to have a grade
Bingo.
level with all brand-new teachers.
Right.
You need a mix. Men, if you're on the transfer list and you want to go to elementary, you got a little shoe in there, because we like to have more men at elementary.
Always.
We always want to reflect, you know, in our staff, what our kids, the kids that we teach look like. So it's not necessarily that the person doesn't have a good reputation. Many of them, the principals don't even know. But they're looking for, you know, how much experience do you have here? Are you going to fit with my fourth grade team? Because you said that's what you want. Is your experience at high school teaching English 1? I don't need English 1. What I need right now is somebody to teach whatever this course is. So there's lots of things that play into it. And it's not just, you know, and like you said, Dr. Fields, it's not a guarantee.
Right.
You know, there's got to be an opening that fits you.
Correct.
Does the losing campus have to approve the transfer?
No.
They don't? Okay. I think if we just also make sure that those losing campuses, though, aren't sabotaging any teachers too, because, you know, if I got some hot teacher in a back unit at a middle school who wants to go, they're like, dude, I just need a year or two off. I got to go do something else for a minute for my career. And then we got a principal looking at, I'm never going to be able to fill this position. And let's make sure that they are encouraging the growth development, because especially it's a new generation too in HR, where you don't go into one job in one classroom and necessarily stay there 41 years. The new generation is a much more mobile generation. So if we can get them to go be mobile within Judson,
Correct.
not mobile between districts, encouraging some growth and development in different areas and transferring around to get refreshed and losing campuses, be okay with that, because if you did a good job, they're going to come back to you smarter in a couple of years.
I can speak to that, Ms. Ryan. In fact, as a principal, we talk to each other. And it's never been my intent as a principal to stand in the way of a teacher that is wanting to try something different. And so basically, if I knew a teacher came to me and said, I think I want to be in a life skills unit next year, I don't want to do co-teaching, I want to be in a life skills unit, I would make the call sometime for them, because I knew a principal friend was actually looking for that particular individual, and try to make that connection happen, even before the transfer list came out. So it's never the intent of trying to stand in the way. I'm a transfer teacher. I wanted to go to high school. I applied, I tried to get into Judson and into Wagner. Wagner called me first, that's where I went, and never regretted it. And so definitely knowing that a lot of people that are putting their names on the transfer list are also just looking for a change, or they're looking to advance their career or to increase their knowledge and skills. And I think it's a beautiful option that we have in our district. I would hate to see it go away, but definitely something that like Ms. Canoyer was saying, there's a lot of different reasons why people put their names on the list, and we give them the option to stay at home, but try something new.
Well, I will tell you, I appreciate the input. Apparently, at once upon a time, we did really well with transfers. 34 out of 152 does not tell me we're doing very well. We're not identifying, at a time in which we need teachers, we should have had all 152 accepted, in my opinion. So apparently, we will have to, Dr. Fields will have to evaluate what that looks like if we're going to continue. And Ms. Rodriguez's idea was totally on point. But the thing is, there is a problem, and it's today and right now, and it's based on teachers that I've spoken to that have left the district, and they have put their name on the transfer list. So for whatever the reasons are, I know we're losing teachers, and it's happening right now, today. So great stories, great experiences. It shows it can work, but the stigma is real, and so we can't afford to lose talent, not right now. And so the idea is that we look and start to explore what we're doing in that area to improve that. And one other question someone mentioned, I don't know who it was, when someone puts their name on the transfer list and they want to go to, say, 3rd grade, are they told, no, we're going to make you work 5th grade. We're going to make you work high school. Can they dictate where they want to go and stay in that area completely? Okay. If there's an open, okay, but they're not pulled in any way, shape, or form saying, no, we need you in high school. If you transfer, we're picking you out, we can put you in. Okay, that's clarity I needed to know. Ms. Eaton.
I was really shocked at the number of you said 151 people put their name on the list, right?
150. Well, yes, 151 plus one.
You know, that, I don't know I don't know if I should be shocked. I don't know what the normal would be. But it makes me concerned about the atmosphere that they're working in, that many people, would want to do that, unless it's, as you all said, to further their career, or they just want to change, or they're looking for something different. But I do believe that at Agenda Review, I shared a story with you about a teacher that we lost. And that was it broke my heart, and that should not happen. And she did speak with her principal and say that she wanted to transfer, and the principal told her no. And so I didn't know that they weren't until you just said it, that they're not supposed to tell them no. But the principal told her no. Oh, she asked in the window. Trust me, she asked in the window, and we ended up totally losing her, and I'm still trying to get her to change her mind, but, yeah, I just learned some other informations about that list and the way it's supposed to go. Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Stanford, you had some other points you wanted to bring up?
Regarding the HR report, I'd like to know if Dr. Fields, if the district tracks the number of campus losses, if you compare or notice if a campus is losing a noticeable greater amount of teachers, either to transfer or just, actually leaving the district altogether. Do we try to catch trends? Do you have a way of addressing that? Do you look at that?
Yes, ma'am, we try to catch trends. And we have a way of addressing it by bringing the principal in, saying, hey, were you aware? Just like the transfers. We have a listing here of how many transfers from each campus. And we see one campus that has a little bit more than everybody else. So we would bring that person in. And then a deeper dive shows that it's concentrated in a certain area. So is there something going on in that area on this campus? And those are conversations that are being had.
Okay, well, not just transfers, but teachers just leaving?
No, I'm saying we look at teachers leaving, we look at transfers, we look at everything to determine, what's going on.
Okay,
And then we get back with those principals and say, hey, were you aware? What are you doing about this? And can you speak to why this may have happened?
okay, thank you.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
important.
How many teachers did we hire from the recruitment fair that we had? We had the fair, what, a couple of weeks ago?
We had one in June. Mr. Ventura?
Was that the one that we had?
How many? How many in June were hired? We'll get you a number. for
Yeah,
sure.
and the reason I want to know is obviously that it was right on the cusp of us passing the compensation plan, and I mentioned we need to capitalize on the fact that we are amongst the highest paid districts in terms of teacher compensation for 0 years. So my expectation is that we would use that as a recruitment vehicle and promote, and I did see the marketing material go out, and I appreciated that, but I wanted to know if it yielded the results we needed. And
If
that,
I remember correctly, I remember it was about 35 and 35.
35 and 35.
35 professional, 35 auxiliary. But I'll get you a precise number and we'll send it through finance.
I think we took the time earlier to go through the last 2 or 3 months to determine how many people we had resign, move, go other places over the course of the last year. During 2020, I believe it was only like 50. And, but hardly anybody was moving anywhere in 2020. In 2021, I believe our numbers went up to 345, almost 350. Correct me if I'm wrong.
We counted about
Doc.
313,
Okay, and then in 22 last year,
370,
370, and then this year, thus far,
245.
245.
245 is the
Lower number, and that's this year, based on what we just did. And if you were to go back the last 2 years, we were in the 300s. And in 2020, we were down at 50, but again, there was not a lot of movement in 2020.
Sure, and these are new teachers, right? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
these are just
Just-
teachers. These are just teacher
teachers
recruits. Yeah.
that came into the district.
These were,
Staff.
right, staff. I think it was teachers, correct?
These
Or
are
was it staff?
separation numbers.
These were
that he's
separation
talking
numbers,
about,
people who left.
People
Okay.
leaving the district.
We got 104 hires for tonight.
Yeah, I see that. So just tell me what the new teachers number is, because I'm confused
We'll
by it.
we'll have to look into that. And on there, where it shows 0, that's what we were putting in terms of not having service records. But if you were to go back and look at, we tried to give an updated report, you can see that they're coming from north side, or coming from northeast, or coming from south side. So the teachers have experience. It's not a 0, it's just that the previous policy in human resources was to put 0 until we get their records, but we're going to put what their estimated years are based on their resumes going forward.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
The reason this is all important for me, at least speaking on behalf of me, is that it helps us formulate our board policies, our strategies, our emphasis on future budgetary considerations. Retaining talent is of utmost importance in our district, and so we have to be very cognizant of what that looks like and what the numbers look like, because obviously it tells a story, and the story is we need to do something more or something less. Whatever we need to do, we need to do that. So were there any other questions regarding this? Ms. Ryan, anyone else? No? Okay, we'll go ahead and move on. Thank you for the information. The next agenda item is board committees and assignments. Right now, we have 3 standing committees. We have a legislative committee, we have an innovation committee, and we have an internal audit committee. I would like to staff them. They are not at full staff. We haven't addressed them really since before the May election, and we've had some board members fall off. So right now, what I have on the innovation committee is Ms. Rodriguez and Ms. Knoyer. There is still a vacancy there, so I need to fill that. On the legislative committee, I only have Ms. Eaton. There are still 2 vacancies there. And then on the internal audit committee, I'm the only one on the committee at present, and we need to fill those vacancies. I did start asking around, and Ms. Ryan did indicate an interest in serving on the Internal Audit Committee, so I'd like to put her in that committee. But we still have one vacancy there, so I wanted to just ask if there's any interest on anyone else on this board serving on the Internal Audit Committee first. Is there anyone? Ms. Rodriguez, thank you. So I'll put Ms. Rodriguez on Internal Audit. Now with Innovation, we have one spot there. Again, Rodriguez and Ms. Canoy are on it. Ms. Stafford, can I put you on the Innovation Committee?
I mean, I would be very interested. I attended it prior to coming on this board. I've been to those meetings, so I've watched Ms. King chair those, and I do love that stuff. But if other
You like Innovation versus Legislative?
avoid the legislative or committee.
Gee whiz. Since
People who like that better.
Since Canoyer is our delegate, no, I'm kidding. That's fine. Then we'll put you on, I know. She did tell me no. She flat out said, I don't want to be on this committee. So let's put you tentatively on Innovation right now as well, Ms. Ryan. I'll hold off because I do want to make sure we diversify. We have two on, I'll be on the Legislative Committee with Ms. Eaton, and I just need one more person.
I'll help on that.
Ms. Stanford? Okay, so we should have three, and then we'll schedule those meetings and work accordingly. I was a little confused because we did have chairwomen on the committee, but that would have been 4 members on these committees, and I'm trying to just leave it at 3. So these are the 3 that I think that we'll stick with.
The chairs were, right, one of the 3, and they were, it was their responsibility to schedule the meetings and set the agendas for those meetings. So I think because I think we're losing the chair of each of those committees. Did you chair the internal audit, or was that?
I did. It was Diaz,
Okay.
Mr. Diaz and I, we did. But like, for example, the Innovative Committee had Ms. King as the chairwoman.
Correct.
And it had Canoyer, Diaz, and Rodriguez. There were 4.
Diaz dropped out of that.
Okay, because there were 4, and that's why I wanted to make sure that we only stay at 3.
He decided that he was going to commit to the audit one.
And, okay, well then that's why I asked. Okay, thank you for that clarity. But we do have 3 on each of those so that we can move forward with this agenda item. Any questions? Are we all comfortable?
No, I think you just want the 3 of us then to work out who's the chair
Yeah,
amongst
I
the
do.
3
I
that
want-
are on the committee then?
Yes, I want
We'll
you
work it out?
to work that out, yes, with the committee, and then we'll schedule the meetings accordingly. Okay? So we're almost at the end of our agenda. We have closed session. But let me just talk about updates on board training conferences, events, and board committee updates. And I'll start with you, Ms. Canoyer. Do you have anything that you wanted to?
I attended the Systems of Great Schools Conference in Houston the end of June, and it was very informative to see and hear presentations from other districts about how they are implementing the grants that they've received. And I think we got some other ideas about what we might move forward on. So it was very, very valuable time spent and getting to know Dr. Toppin and Ms. Davis and Ms. Davis's Ms. Orozco. I got her first name, but I don't like to do the first names if I can help it. And so I really enjoyed that, and Dr. Fields was there for some of the time as well. So it was good. It was good discussion.
Some of the time. Thank you, Ms. Canoyer. Ms. Rodriguez.
Nothing to report. I was on vacation for the majority of the time in the interim, so nothing.
Ms. Eden?
Nothing at this time, because we talked about SLI last month.
Yes, in June.
It's visited a bunch of schools, though. Yeah.
Ms. Ryan?
Yes, busy even though it's summer. Attended both the Tri-County Chamber of Commerce and Northeast Partnership this month. Just great chance to get to know all of our mayors and council members, and making a lot of business relationships to hand off to Jeff, and athletic sponsorships and other things with communications. I did get to attend the Jeff Strategic Planning Retreat in Mr. Macias's spot, an amazing session put on by Lexi's team and the person presenting. So there's gonna be some amazing things coming out of Jeff. They had lots of great ideas on how to expand its reach. So really looking forward to Mayor Suarez and the board moving forward. I know they're going to be moving forward with that soon, so that was an honor to be able to do that. I did go to the hiring fair in June. I'm like, oh, I'll pop in. 3 hours later, I'm still there because there were so many people there. Like, you couldn't even walk down the hallway because people were interviewing in every nook and cranny. So I'm praying that the one on Tuesday will be just as busy and stuff. And so we'll work. I know I'll publicize that out as much as I can, and let's get some people in and get them hired. Ms. Stanford and I have been doing a lot more district orientations over the last couple weeks, having lots of meetings with executive directors and directors, and that has been just a phenomenal experience. We have learned so much. I think we've done 5 of them so far, and just getting a chance to know what everybody does in all the different departments just has been very enlightening when we vote on these things. So I appreciate and look forward to the next ones of those. Coming up, I'll be attending the MetroCom Rotary next week, and then just lots of back-to-school stuff. I'm gonna try and pop in at anything I can. Converse starts next week, and everybody else will be starting pretty soon after that.
Thank you. Ms. Stanford?
Yes, I've been attending the director meetings with Monica, and it's really been a worthwhile effort. I would recommend all new members do that. I know it's something that Monica really wanted to do. Our most recent one was with Coach Corrales, who put on an incredible slideshow of everything going on in the athletics department, and it was amazing. And Dr. Saunders attended one that we just went to this, and Mr. Guidry too. So we're learning more about how all the pieces fit in the district and how all the different departments work together. So it's been a really great experience. Visited Kirby Middle School with Miss Eaton, and that was a great experience. They welcomed us so warmly, and we got to see many of the teachers. Matter of fact, they even took the time to put all the teachers in one room so that we could walk into the room, and there was one teacher standing in the doorway as we're walking down the hall, counting down, doing a countdown to let the teachers know 10, 9, 8, yeah, so, yeah, it was so funny. And I also went to Salinas and attended the recital program that Bonnie Anderson put on, and it was so delightful. The whole community came together, the parents brought in food, cultural food, Puerto Rican, food from Dominican Republic, and homemade, not from HEB, and they had it all out. We had a big potluck, and that's the kind of thing I'd like to see us be able to do more of, is when I'm thinking of the Committee of Community Relations, is more community coming together where, but with the board there too, where they can interact. So that is what I've been doing.
Thank you. Ms. King?
Well, I have nothing to share at this time. It was vacation time.
I had the opportunity to go to New York with the National Association of Latino Elected Officials, a very good conference that involved layers of governance. So it wasn't just school board members, or it wasn't just education focused. It was workforce development focused. It was focused on sustainability, on energy, everything that we think about. And a great conference, but obviously as an education person, I was very focused on the trend of not being able to fill teacher positions. It's a national issue at present. And so a lot of discussion about innovative practices that districts are doing across the country to ensure they're retaining and recruiting talent. And obviously the inequities about compensation. So a lot of discussion about compensation, and really just a very informative conference. The last part of it that I took a great deal of value was the support programs for after school and for summer for students in terms of developing some robust programming to keep students engaged in a very non-traditional learning environment. They spend the entire year in a classroom, so the structured programming in the summer and after school can't be classroom type. it has to be very different in terms of that engagement. So having those discussions and getting ROIs. So it was really a great conference to touch on those points, and I obviously plan to bring those things further up on our agenda as we go forward. So just a great conference. So at that, we're going to adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Open Meetings Act. The time is now 9:35, and we are going into closed session to discuss personnel, personal report, and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments, to include Copperfield Elementary School. All right. It's section 551-074. We will now, thank you, Ms. Kennard. The board will now reconvene in open session. The time is now 10:02 p.m. No final action or decision or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. So we do have a personnel report to pass. So can I have a motion?
I move that we approve the personnel report as discussed in closed session.
Second.
All right. Try to vote this time on the machine. All right, that item is passed. So we're getting near the end of our agenda, and so it's bittersweet, but it's a process we have to take part in. So we're going to reorganize the board. I wanted to start with the vice president seat because obviously we're going to be seeing a vacancy here in a moment with that seat. So I know that Ms. King asked to nominate, so I'm going to open up the floor for nominations for vice president. Ms. King,
Yes, I nominate Deborah Eaton for vice president.
are there any other nominations?
I nominate Jennifer Rodriguez.
Are there any other nominations?
Mr. Macias, I'll call you to Robert's rules. We don't actually have a vacancy on our board yet because we have not accepted a item.
I
Let me
understand.
finish what I'm saying. Please don't interrupt. Robert's rules are very clear. If we do not have a vacancy, then that is not an automatic reorganization. And if we haven't accepted the resignation, you know I'm a rule follower. So if we proceed with this, we are not following the rules. So I'm very uncomfortable with doing this and having someone vote on what our board's going to look like, even though Ms. King and I have become great friends the last couple months. It's just not proper that
I always
decide that.
I always appreciate that. No, we do have the latitude to reorganize before the resignation. I mentioned it only because obviously the elephant in the room is it's going to happen. But legally and in compliance, we can reorganize at any time, and this is the time we're reorganizing. So I'll ask again, are there any other nominations for vice president? Okay, seeing that there are no further nominations for vice president, can I see a show of hands for those that support Ms. Eaton to be vice president? Ms. Stanford, Ms. King, myself, and Ms. Eaton. Okay, and I guess we'll just move forward from there, Ms. Rodriguez, since there is a majority on this case. So at that, with Ms. Eaton coming up to be vice president, we do have a board officer vacancy for secretary. I'd like to nominate Ms. Eaton to be, I'm sorry, not Ms. Eaton, Ms. Stanford to be board secretary. Is there any other nomination on the floor for secretary?
I nominate Ms. Rodriguez.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other nominations for secretary? All right. That being said, again, by show of hands, can I show those that support Ms. Stanford to be board secretary? Two. Ms. Eaton, Mr. Macias, myself, Ms. King, and Ms. Stanford. Okay, at that point, thank you again. We have a majority vote for board secretary and for board vice president. So let's move forward. And just for the record, I always hate reorganization. It's the one thing that has a little to do with student governance or student success, but we have to do it. So the last item on the agenda is to formally get to a point where, I'm just speechless. I just don't know what to say. It's bittersweet. I'd like to talk and give Ms. King the floor for a moment as we recognize this. And Ms. King, if you'd like to say a few words before we take action on this item.
My season as a board member here at Judson ISD is coming to an end, and I am crossing the finish line. So my last day as a board member will be effective tomorrow, and it's because I'm moving, not because I'm upset at anyone at all, but y'all, I'm moving. So I crossed the finish line here as a Judson High School graduate many years ago, and now I'm crossing the finish line and graduating as a school board member this year. So yes, very much bittersweet. And so those of you that know that I grew up in this community since I was a child. And so I went to Park Village Elementary, and just the other day as I was packing, I found my little kindergarten report card. So bittersweet. You know, I attended Kirby Junior High and graduated from Judson High School. And I'm grateful to have the opportunity to serve this community as a school board member. It's something that I never thought I would have been able to do. I wanted to serve as a board member because I wanted to give back to the community that I grew up in as an educator. And I wanted to advocate for equity, opportunities, protection of children, and most of all, integrity in education. And so as I served here as a board member, I was also an active educator during the entire about 3.5 years that I served on this board. And it was challenging at times. You know, I started on the board a couple of months right before COVID changed the lives of many. And during that time, our district provided technology to each student. And so I never thought that that was going to be possible, but that took place. And then also, I served on the board during the snow apocalypse. Yes. And so it's pretty much everything that could have happened while I was on the board here in the country. And also, I was able to celebrate and see the passage of a bond. And that included the addition of a new elementary, middle school, and addition of safety measures. So I was very excited to see that passage while serving on this board. And also, while serving here, I was able to see 2 pay increases, one last school year and one for this upcoming school year. And also, there was various schools of innovation and programs that were implemented. And also, we saw the change of leadership with a new superintendent. And so I commend this district for coming together during the various times of change to provide the support and education for our students. And I just want to say thank you to all of our department leaders, principals, teachers, specialists, academic deans, paras, custodians, bus drivers, police, staff, all of you. Thank you so much for continuously showing up for the students here at Judson ISD and for your hard work and dedication to this school district as the field of education made drastic changes during the last couple of years. I know it wasn't easy. I want to say thank you to the senior staff, the cabinet, for your hard work, dedication, and your professionalism that you have displayed while I served as a board member. And Dr. Fields, alumni to alumni,
Yes, ma'am.
congratulations to you for your new season in life as you step into the role of superintendent of Judson ISD. I'm more than confident that you have the tools to succeed in this new school year because of the heart that you have for this district, your work ethic, and the amazing team that surrounds you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
To the board, it was an honor to serve with you guys. It was an honor to serve with all of you, even to our newbies here. I'm grateful to have gotten to know you guys. And there was a lot of change while I was on here in the field of education and also in this district, and we shared many great memories. And I'm grateful to have served with a group of colleagues that shared the same passion that I had regarding this district in the field of education. And much success on you guys for this new season. And also to Mr. Macias, congratulations to you on board presidency for this new season. And in my graduation speech at JLA this year, I spoke about transition, and I stated that transition can be beautiful and rewarding. And so this transition it's not easy for me, but it's rewarding knowing that I was able to serve a community that I loved and believed in. And so this is not going to be the last that you guys are going to see of me. I'm going to continue to cheer you guys on. I have finished my race, and my assignment is here in this capacity as a board member is coming to an end. And I thank you guys for allowing me to serve Judson ISD, and much success to all of you guys on this upcoming year. Go Judson, go.
I would like to allow my colleagues to say any final words on the record to Ms. King, and if you don't mind, I'll go in line. Ms. Kenoyer, do you have any final words you'd like to say to Ms. King?
Thank you for your voice as a counselor. That perspective that you bring for social emotional learning and the needs of our students has been very valuable. Thank you.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you for all you've done. I know it is never easy to learn how to be a good board member, and to do that, particularly during the times that you had to do that and on board, they were unusual. And so you always bring a commitment to students, so thank you.
Ms. Eaton?
I really appreciate you, and I thank you for all of your help, being a voice of reasoning, because you know, you're passionate. You're passionate about education, you're passionate about our teachers, and you know, to hear it from the perspective of an educator really helped me understand a lot of what the teachers go through. Listening to you, listening to Ms. Kenoyer, Ms. Rodriguez, to listening to Ms. Bashaw, you know, I know we had a very unusual board in that makeup, and a lot of boards, when they would see us at trainings, would always bring that up. But I just want to personally thank you for all of your support and for your guidance. You've given me some good advice on the way to handle certain situations, and I really appreciate it. We're gonna miss you, but good luck in your new endeavors. I know you're gonna love your new home, and many, many more blessings to you. And please give your mom a hug for me. Okay.
Ms. Ryan?
We didn't get to serve together very long, but thank you for your service.
Ms. Stanford?
I really appreciate your gentle, soft, strong presence, and especially enjoyed that long, long evening we had downtown, going from bar to bar with, it was part of a conference and everything. Right. Right. I mean, we got CEUs for that. So anyway, I'll miss you.
How can I follow that up? I will say that I've told Ms. King many times she is our best board member. She's apolitical. She's squarely focused on why we need to be here, and she's really a good representation of her district, of her community. We will miss you. We'll miss your leadership, and we'll try to make you proud as we go forward. Dr. Fields, you want to say anything?
I would say to Ms. Stanford's point, you the quiet strong. You're so consistent. I've watched you for years. I've never seen you out of character or upset about anything. And every time you come in here, it's always about the kids. And on behalf of the entire community, every student that you represent, thank you. Thank you for what you've done. Thank you for the commitment to the community over the years, and you will truly, truly, truly be missed. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Well, we do have one bit of business to take care of on this agenda item. We obviously, please don't go, we have a token of appreciation and photos that we need to take after. But the one thing I wanted to add to this particular motion is also to initiate a 10-day period in which we'll be taking applications for your position. So I just wanted to make sure the board was comfortable with that. We have an application process that we've used before, so we're going to use that. All I'm saying at this juncture is that we open applications on the 24th, which is Monday, and we leave it open until August 3rd, which would be 10 days. And then we as a board will convene at a future date to review the applications and decide what we want to do. So
Mr.
are
Macias, that
we-
has to be on the agenda. The decision about how to move forward with filling her position has to be an
It-
agenda
it-
item, and it's not on there
It,
tonight.
it will
Just so
be.
you know.
I know,
Look at the old agendas.
I'm going to amend it to include just the posting. The other deliberations, you're right, but,
That's not how that works. Just so you know, that's not how that works. We cannot decide if
We
we're going
can't
to
just add
appoint
stuff
or
to the
anything,
agenda.
because it's not on the agenda.
well, I want to also let you know that I did talk with our legal counsel. I did ask if we needed to have this on the agenda, and of course, Jameson can debrief, and he will be part of the meeting when we meet again. He was comfortable enough with amending to add just the posting. There's nothing more that we're going to do. So I'm fairly confident, 99% confident. If he was comfortable with it, I'm comfortable with it, and I would say that we should be okay. All we're simply doing is putting that we'll have a 10-day period. And so.
And I'll recommend we start having attorneys at most of these meetings if we're going to get legal advice outside of the rest of the board
And
members. We
Jameson-
probably need somebody present so that at least they can come to closed session and advise us.
And
so.
absolutely, and normally Jameson would be here. That's why I had to ask these questions in advance, or normally we would have asked him amongst all of us. But he'll be here, and he'll definitely be able to explain that. But just know I took great care to ensure that we are in compliance with our policies. So aside from that, are there any other concerns about at least posting the position? Okay, so I move that we accept the resignation of Board Member Shatanya King and open the application process for the District 2 seat to commence July 24th through August 3rd.
Mr. Macias, I haven't received a copy of the resignation. I don't even have copy of that piece of paper, and I will not concur with voting on something that's not on the agenda tonight, so. I guess if other people want to vote yes.
The resignation,
I don't have a copy of it. Was it in the board book?
she verbalized resignation.
Okay, BBC Local says has to be in writing, so. I'm sorry, BBC Legal.
Do we know that to be so? That's a question I did not ask Jameson. So let's wait a moment. Ms. King, you literally could just write a letter saying I resign.
Thank you so much.
And again, it's always important that we're careful. And so again, I don't think the recommendation is bad. So thank you, Ms. Ryan. Just want to make sure we're in compliance.
Yes, we know Texas Elections Code can get you in a lot of trouble, and so this is straight out of TEC, so
I don't mind. We're a team.
keep us safe.
Yeah, we're a team.
Y'all want me to sing a song while we
No, let's just make sure we do it right. And if there's a concern there, I think it's a fair one. Thank you, Ms. King.
Say, can you sign this for me while we're waiting? Yes. Oh, you need a pen? Here.
I'll submit the written resignation to Ms. Betty Holmes, so that way we have it on record. So we have a we have an agenda item. We have a written brief notation of that resignation. We've discussed it. We've talked about posting. And so I have that motion still on the floor. So if there's a second, we can move forward.
Second.
Okay. So now I'll just have them. We'll vote on this.
I'm sorry, what did you vote on?
To accept the resignation, and
Wait, what are we voting on?
we're voting to accept Ms. King's resignation and and to the 10-day period from July 24th to August 3rd, which is on the motion. Okay. At this point, Ms. King, thank you for your service, and let's go ahead and adjourn the meeting and take our pictures. Go ahead. Can we take a picture, guys, in front of everybody?
So, do I still sign for tonight since she just?
I would say you signed because you were in that
Yeah.
position for all the votes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Let me turn the system off.